And good morning, JD. Look, they're back. They came back again. So
there they
welcome back.
There they all are.
Oh my. Okay, we're better. All right, my friends, welcome back here, and welcome to TopstepTV for opening call. Congratulations. Yes, once again, you're at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. Lots of good stuff. If you're just new with us, stick around. We've got really some good informative stuff. We're going to be trading markets. We've got some coaching. Deanna's going to be with us. We've also got Andre going to be with us. And remember, today and throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that ragtag team on YouTube that gives you some of those great weekly kickoff numbers from Hoag. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge with our good friend, John Doherty. JD, how are you today?
Doing great, Eddie. Thanks for having me again. It is my final day here. Our boy, the Hoag, is coming back tomorrow from sunny Florida. Haven't spoken to him, but I imagine he's having the time of his life, right?
Never say final. We'll get you back again. I mean, you're always like behind the scenes doing stuff. So
yeah, I'm always around.
We're not going to see those pretty blue eyes, but we'll get you back.
Looking forward to it for sure.
Fantastic. Well, you know what? Today we got a lot of news going on today, so let's make sure that we got our belts on. Let's watch what's coming out. I'm going to try to stay on top of that. We did see that the futures edged slightly. U.S. futures edged up earlier today. That was from the publication. We've got Fed September meeting notes, and meanwhile, several Fed officials are dropping hints that the central bank may choose to refrain from further interest rate hikes. Elsewhere, ExxonMobil dug deep in their pockets. They're buying their competition, their rival Pioneer, $60 billion. This was announced. I think they sort of teased us earlier in the week. And JD, what do you got here as far as numbers go? We got to make sure we know what's going on today.
Absolutely. Well, we had the MBA mortgage applications come out just a little while ago, 6 a.m. Central Time. Nice little boost week over week. Actual came out at 0.6% compared to minus 6% previous. And then we had our PPI final demand come out at 7:30 Central Time today, month over month. Actual was 0.5% compared to 0.7% prior. Later on today, we've got a couple talking Feds. Christopher Waller speaks at 9:15. Bostic speaks at 11:15. He could be a market mover sometimes.
Right.
Pardon me. And then we have Susan Collins later this afternoon after the close. Other than that, we have a 10-year note auction at noon Central Time today, and then our big report, the FOMC minutes. Everybody stay on your toes for that at 1 o'clock Central Time today.
All right. So, what else? Anything else?
Tomorrow, big CPI number at 7:30. Also, jobless claims, EIA natural gas, EIA petroleum status report, both coming out tomorrow also, and a couple more talking Feds are on the docket. We should be hearing Fed talk for the rest of the week, pretty much.
All right. Well, our ears will be open, and of course, we got the community. If you hear anything that comes over the wire, share it in our YouTube chat. So we can bring it forward, put it on the table, and see what if it will affect us as it does hit the wire. Now, oil prices. We did see the oil prices take a dip, took a bounce right back. We're back around the 85s. The thing is, we're still sort of trying to grasp with the potential supply of the disruptions with the violence in the Middle East. So let's hope everything sort of, it's tough to say, but let's hope things get better. Market calmed down quietly. That was after the crude benchmark rose 4%. That was Monday, but we still got to watch the news and see what's happening here. Another thing too here before we get to our charts, Powerball tonight, 1.7 billion, and get yourself a ticket. You never know. You can't win if you don't play, and well, you can't make a trade If you don't turn your monitor on, same thing. But let's go to our charts. I got my monitors on. My charts are up. JD's charts are up. Let's hit the ES and take a look and see what's going on.
Here we go. I still haven't bought a Powerball ticket yet. Tonight might be the night, right?
You're waiting until that last minute, right?
I'm always the last one in. Anyway, overnight, markets in Asia closed mostly higher. They all closed higher. Currently, markets in Europe are trading a little mixed. The FTSE and DAX are both up. CAC's down a little bit. Our VIX is at 16.53%, down 3% from yesterday. Dollar index 105.68, and the yield on the 10-year note is down just a little bit, holding steady at 4.57 this morning. Now, here is our daily for the December contract in the E-mini S&P 500. Yesterday here, we traded in a 52 handle range, settled the day at 43.91.5, up 22, close to 23 points. Volume was still a little bit low, 1.5 million contracts, not that much better than Monday. And open interest, we lost another 8,800 in open interest yesterday, on yesterday's move. Now, looking here, I've been talking, we haven't had 3 consecutive higher closes since back here in late August, where we saw 4. And yesterday's rally really didn't impress me that much. Volume was just a touch higher than Monday, like I said, but still relatively low. So market participation is still a little bit weak this week. We also made a solid test of our weekly kickoff high here at 4,400, then retreated back to close below there. We saw some fairly big reports coming out. We have some fairly big reports coming out later today. FOMC minutes we mentioned, 10-year note auction, CPI tomorrow. So this drop in volume could be related to traders just kind of sitting on the sidelines waiting for direction. Our weekly kickoff high here at 4,400 is kind of holding nicely as a line in the sand for the week. Our 50-day average, moving average, has finally crossed below our 100-day. We've been keeping an eye on that all week long. And this is kind of signaling potential shift in trend, maybe. That's what moving averages do. You look to moving averages for trend confirmation and momentum. Kind of matches up with this volume profile that we're seeing down here. Rising prices on lower volume. This little rally looks like it could start to run out of steam pretty soon, at least to me. Right now we're seeing some higher prices this morning. Again, still hanging around our weekly kickoff high here. Let's switch over to a 30-minute chart. Pull up our profiles. So yesterday we saw a little bit of buying front-running our regular trading hours open. Then the low print of the opening range held as the low for the rest of the day yesterday. We heard that term "never short a quiet market" getting thrown around quite a bit yesterday. It was sort of the mantra for yesterday. That's basically what we saw for the first 2 hours of trading. Just a steady grind higher on low volume, very few pullbacks. It was definitely tough getting in on the long side of this move yesterday morning. And again, you see by this volume pattern that that early rally was kind of running out of steam, just decreasing volume on steadily higher prices. That's a bearish signal, textbook bearish signal. When buyers run out of bullets, the sellers take over. That's it. It's as simple as that. Now this high up here, we had a slight range extension right around here, testing a low from back in June too, up at 44.15. Put in a high at right around 19, I believe it was. Then a high from June was right around 44.15. Then we did a little jockeying for position, and then finally this big puke. This was an aggressive sell-off if you were in there watching. It was nearly 20 handles, and it moved real fast. But then as soon as that was over, we found some resolution down here and then just kind of drifted sideways into the close. Now, overnight, inventory was relatively flat for most of the night. We just started drifting higher not too long ago. So overnight inventory is a little long right now, but really not much happening here. We're still trading inside range, inside value from yesterday, kind of sidestepping along our weekly kickoff high, and just a little bit above yesterday's point of control also. I think this market is kind of waiting for direction now. Like I said, there's a lot of news coming out. And we'll probably get that direction in the form of some economic data coming out pretty soon. So my strategy for this one would be to wait for direction and then maybe try to play a breakout when news starts to hit the tape. On the other hand, we could just continue to drift sideways too, going into tomorrow's CPI number, which is the big one for the week.
Right.
Let's switch over to our
NASDAQ.
In the
Take a look at
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ daily.
There we go. So this is the December contract for the NASDAQ, E-mini NASDAQ 100 future. We settled yesterday at 15,270, up about 83 points, traded in a 211-point range, did about 640,000 in volume. Open interest gained 2,400. So NQ is gaining in open interest. The ES is losing in open interest. I mentioned this yesterday, this sort of 2-week range or congestion area yesterday. Broke out of this range last Friday here on a pretty impressive volume. We've had some solid follow through, but on less impressive volume. We made a run at our weekly kickoff high here at 15,370, which held strong yesterday. What a rock. That level was the Rock of Gibraltar yesterday. Buyers just crashed headfirst right into it and got thrown right back, right? Then we broke down to close mid-range. Now we're right here, right around our 50 and 100-day moving averages, which are about to cross over. This little area right here between 15,300 and 15,370 is shaping up to be quite a little inflection point, I think, this week. This could be an area where we might start to see some longer time frame traders really start to adjust a little inventory in the next couple days or later today even. Let's take a look at our 30-minute. All right, so I want to focus on these last 3 trading sessions going back to Friday. So Friday and Monday, we both open on our lows, close on our highs. Open on the low, close on the high, open on the low, close on the high. Then yesterday, we opened on our low and closed mid-range. We see the daily ranges kind of contracting as the week goes on, and we're seeing steadily decreasing volume. Then yesterday, we hit this weekly kickoff range. I keep bringing this up. We did an about face right here at Hoag's weekly kickoff range. So all of this leading up to hitting this inflection point. I hope you were watching yesterday, by the way, during fast markets, because Michael absolutely nailed the trade on this one. He got short just below it, took a little bit of heat, but he held on.
He took some heat, and yes, Hoag had a great number there.
Yeah, excellent number. Anyway, all this is telling me that this move higher just looks like it's running out of steam to me. Overnight inventory relatively flat compared to what the ES looked like, maybe a little bit long. We're opening inside range, inside value from yesterday. We're hovering around our point of control. We spent a long time hovering around our point of control last night, and now we're approaching the upper end of our value area. But again, just like the ES, this market is waiting for some direction this morning. And it could be a little bit of chop suey until we get some news.
Chop suey on Wednesday.
Chop suey Wednesday. Here is our daily in the crude oil. All right.
Yeah.
So yesterday,
a
little bit.
Heavy. Yeah.
We're starting to see some selling coming in right now. We're hitting that 50-day moving average. Here's the note: the November contract. So yesterday traded in a $1.60 handle. I'm sorry, $1.60 range. Settled at 85.97, down 41 cents from yesterday's settlement. JD,
real quick.
What's up?
What indicators are we using here for volume profile?
Just the simple volume profile on TradingView. That's it.
Okay.
We got some moving averages. The blue line's 50-day moving average, 50 period, I should say. White is 100 period, and the red is a 200 period moving average.
Correct.
Yep. And then we have our weekly kickoff high and our weekly kickoff low and some volume bars. That is it. Keeping it simple. So the November contract traded about 338,000 contracts yesterday, lost 15,000 in open interest. Now, crude oil is in rollover right now. So the November contract is going off the board next week on I believe it's the 20th next week. The bulk of the volume is still in the November contract right now, but open interest is really starting to roll into the December contract. I would say that by Friday, everyone should be trading in the December contract in crude. I'll say that again. I will be moving to the December contract in crude oil on Friday.
Best thing to do here, I mean, if you're in the program, trade the volume. Once you see that volume, move to the next month. Real easy.
Yep. Now, yesterday's move, it's more or less an inside day, I would say. We never really tested either end of Monday's range. Volume dropped off significantly. This is showing some uncertainty here. We're kind of in this, I wouldn't call it a dead zone, but this little area between the 50-day moving average and our weekly kickoff high here at 87.30. Just not too long ago, we're seeing some sellers really starting to step in here. We took out yesterday's lows, pardon me, and we are kissing we wanted to touch that 50-day moving average, but just couldn't quite do it. Let's zoom in a little bit to the 30-minute chart. Lighten these up a bit.
Crude, making a run here.
Yep. Look at that. Nice rip higher in the open. Yesterday was fairly choppy trading session. I mentioned that playing the range from Monday or failed breakouts of Monday's range might have been a good play, and it kind of was. We took out Monday's low by about 20 ticks or so, then rallied to close the day inside range and inside value for Monday. Again, we see volume drying up as the week goes on over these last 4 trading sessions, actually, and we're just kind of drifting sideways right now up until not too long ago. Overnight inventory got short going into the open. We were trading outside of yesterday's range, just below. We opened below yesterday's low. Small regular trading hours gap maybe that needed to be filled right here. It already has. We're trading back inside range, inside value from yesterday. From here, next test would be, I wish I started with crude oil because I was looking at this 10 minutes before we started. And I was looking at that low value area low from yesterday. It looked like the perfect low risk opportunity to put on a short position early on this morning. And it popped up there and we saw that perfect scenario set up. I moved back through there and I definitely want to test yesterday's point of control and then eventually take out yesterday's highs. That's would be what I'm looking for today. Kind of playing that ranging and low to high. Man, that got me riled up. I wish I would have started with crude oil. That would have been a great setup.
That's all right. Yeah, we got gold here, and if you take a look at gold, well, we're going to do the daily, but it's really the kicker here is the 30. But what do you got in the daily here?
Here we go. Gold is on the move again this morning also. So yesterday gold traded in a $13 range, settled the day at $18.75.30, up $11. We traded about 157,000 contracts and gained about 1,000 in open interest. So it would appear that the move into safe haven assets like gold is still in play right now. This is common, pretty typical during times of uncertainty like this. This move here on Monday did kind of fake me out a little. We had this close back below our weekly kickoff high. Well, we took out last week's high, then rotated back to close below our weekly kickoff high here at 1864.5. I thought maybe we'd see a little follow through, a bit of weakness after that initial knee-jerk reaction to the news coming out of the Middle East, but we really just didn't get it. It's clearly not the case, We closed above weekly kickoff high yesterday, which is a solid sign of acceptance of higher prices right now. And ever since we've had this death cross up here, we've been talking about it all week, which is where the 50 period moving average moves below the 200 period moving average. But ever since this death cross occurred, we've seen nothing but higher prices in gold. So even though our technical indicators and overall momentum are still kind of signaling lower prices, we know that this is not a technical rally. Fundamental factors are driving prices in gold right now. So If you're looking at technical levels, it's good to set targets, I should say. But if you're using technical levels to try and pick tops in this market right now, it might not be the best play. Let's move on to our 30-minute chart.
I love these guys with their coffee machine, JD.
That was just, yeah.
Drink hot water.
That was Mick going for his morning Java, his morning Joe. So here is our 30-minute. So yesterday, fairly choppy session during regular trading hours. We opened just above Monday's high. Traded back through a little bit, just dipping our toe in Monday's range, then stayed range bound for a good portion of the morning. We got a little bit of range extension after 11 a.m. Central Time. Then we closed out on the highs of regular trading hour session. Overnight inventory is most definitely long going into the open. Saw a little bit of a pullback going into regular trading hours, but we did leave a regular trading hours gap. Look at this move down. Am I seeing that right? Yeah, look at that. Right. So we nearly filled that overnight gap on the open this morning. I would actually consider that to be filled. But basically, we rallied right back, so now we're seeing acceptance of higher prices again. I know this might be a little bit of a stretch, but the next level I'm looking at on the upside would be we have a target on the upside. It's a high from 2 weeks ago, right around 1897, and we're trading pretty close to there. A little while ago, I would have said that was a stretch, but with this rally we're seeing now, I don't think it's a stretch at all. So that would be my next target price.
18,970, correct?
1897. That is
97.
correct.
97. Okay.
1897. That was not out of the question. Yeah.
Okay.
But that we'll close it out there. We only got a minute or two left, right?
You know, JD, I just wanted to add some of the things that I've noticed here. I use that term bird on the wire. I do see it settlement NASDAQ, S&P, 43.9150 S&P. And when I say bird on the wire, I mean the market, we had the opening session. We saw the rally. We closed the market. We came back in. Market moved up. And as it came back down, 43.9150 sort of was that wire. It didn't really go through it with a commitment. So we're staying above that. Also in the S&P, I'm watching this 50 moving average, SMA, because it looks like it's holding a nice little bottom settlement line. Same thing here with our NASDAQ. NASDAQ, that 50 SMA, sort of coming up above settlement, 15,270.75. So I'm keeping an eye on that. Another thing too in crude, I mean, we saw a lot of head fakes today. One of the bigger head fakes was in gold, where the market goes one way really quick, and then all of a sudden it changes the direction, and we're sort of back to gold or where we should be, around 1885.90. But in crude here, I'm looking at the 200 SMA. We just tagged that on this 30-minute candlestick. And the thing is here, I'd like to see if we can test it once more, and we'll go from there. But otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very exciting day today. Just be careful putting trades in. Make sure, I'm going to be watching the wire. I know we got FOMC. It's the statements, correct, JD?
Minutes from the previous meeting today.
Right. Yep. It's from September. So basically it's just more detail on what they talked about that we can read. So, please have at it. We're going to be taking a break here in about a minute. We're going to get our fast markets on. We're going to get MP. I do believe Andre's going to be with us here again. And Deanna. So maybe she could sort of file this crude and give us an idea what she thinks. Also today, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I love listening to what Deanna has to say about the crude oil market. She really paints a great picture of it.
Yeah, she's got it down. I mean, when it's when you trade it, you know what the characteristics of the market are. And folks, please in the chat, yes, if we can get 2,000 likes today, all right, 2,000. We got it yesterday, real easy. We're gonna have another fire drill. Okay, So get those likes in. I know you like what's going on because you're here. I know you do. So hit that like button. Subscribe. We love subscribers. And we'll be back here in just a few seconds with Andre, Michael, and Deanna's going to be with us in a bit. We'll be right back. All right, we're back, and oh my goodness! Look, well, at least I got 2 out of the 3 people here today. Where did Andre go?
Andre left.
Andre,
yeah, good imaginary Andre.
Couldn't even make it the whole day, huh?
Come here, Andre. Andre, come back.
I'm here.
There he is. Good boy.
All
Good boy. Good boy.
All right.
All right. Look what I brought to our fast markets. We're going to have a great day today. Lots of news coming over the wire. We've got our special guest, All-Star Deanna, with us today. Good morning, Deanna. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. I'm okay. I've got a bit of a cold, but luckily it's not a bad one. So if my voice kind of goes a bit chipmunky, you will know what's happened. So yeah, yes, chipmunky.
I like that, chipmunky.
I like that too.
Honey, I'm feeling chipmunky today. She
Yeah.
didn't have any idea.
Yeah.
Andre,
But,
I'm repping it today, Andre.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I never knew you had one.
okay.
Respect.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
really,
guys.
big guy.
Horses in the.
We
Horses
got
in
it.
Horses
2
in the
minutes.
furlough. Okay.
And then we've got some a good story to share with you here today. And I will sort of sit back here. We've got a minute here, so get your ponies in the gate. Get your chipmunkies ready to go. Chipmunky. All right.
All right, we're going to be opening up here in a second. We nailed John Hoagland, who dust off the whatever, and gets the levels going, and it goes in your inbox. Nailed it. You had to sit patient all day long yesterday, and it came out to be one of the best sell-offs of the week so far. We caught it for 1,100. We were already down 500, so I ended up day 1,100, 4,200 the day before. So that is trading with my buddies. This isn't just a me thing. This is my buddies. So Andre and Deanna and Eddie and Hoag.
That's team effort for sure.
I love you, man. You're making me cry.
All right. All right. I about hit a family of raccoons today. Eddie. I swear to God, I did. So came around the corner. 6 of them. All in the middle of the road. Babies.
Oh.
That would have sucked if I hit them. All right. Beautiful. So, okay. I am. Can you guys help me in the chat with some levels on a point of control? Or no, Deanna, you know.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah. So NASDAQ point of control, I've got 15285.
Yeah, hold on. Where's my pen?
It's no longer a naked point of control because it was tested during London, though.
Okay.
We're opening inside value on equities, so both ES and NQ are inside the value of yesterday. Pushing higher, obviously, but let's see what the slightly bigger bird's eye view is telling me.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I have enough 60% longs on NASDAQ, S&P, and crude oil. I gotta get gold up there.
Crude oil, I'm looking at potential shorts today because it opened below value, pushed straight to value low.
Okay.
And now it just smacked it down in the first half an hour. So I'm looking to go short. Failing that, I do have kind of a rotation point at 85.60. So if we can go above that and hold, I might have a value acceptance set up. And then we monitor. So we'll see what happens. Still very early.
Deanna, with the Nasdaq that just made new, broke overnight highs, what does that tell you? What does that tell you right out of the gate? 1 minute into the day.
I'm not that keen on looking at the whole opening range because I do have a level at 15410 as the nearest supply. So until it's very possible that that's going to act as a magnet.
Uh-huh.
So maybe go up to there and then see what happens around that level. If there's no major reaction, then it goes higher. But yeah, so there are some overhead supplies there that we need to be mindful of.
Definitely.
Yesterday's high is 83.5. Talking NASDAQ right now. I talk NASDAQ. Deanna talks everything because she knows more than I do. But and then Andre and I.
We're just along for a ride.
We're just along. Yeah, no. So you are not.
Hey, Deanna, what was your point of control for ES?
Point of control, ES, I've got 439775.
9775.
Yeah, so let's say 4398, round it up.
Vincent, I got your untested point of control. So thank you.
Hey, Patak, what'd you get short from yesterday with that trade?
68s. I think
Right there.
66s, 68s. The high was 83, and my 20 handle stop was missed by 3 ticks. Plenty of room, not plenty of room, but 3 ticks would have been stopped out, and then it sold off 100 ticks.
Was that a headline?
So a little bit hairy, but it worked, yeah.
But I went off. And the big story here, the headline story is John Hogan works very, very damn hard on providing weekly kickoff levels that hit your inbox. He has been to the T on a lot of these ones. Now, don't get me wrong, nobody bats 100%.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah,
he's pretty accurate, though. Yeah, scarily accurate.
And those are free. And those, excuse me, those come right into your inbox. Look at them. I take notes. I put my levels. Overnight hit. Overnight broke. Point of control. Got that. Vincent, thank you. Just got the 410s from Deanna. I'm looking at staying patient. Yesterday, we stayed patient the entire day, didn't we, Andre?
Yeah, man. It was a slow burn, but it ended up paying off at the end. I mean, that's why we do this. You know, you wait and like your lizard there, Deanna. It's what is he? It's the stalking predator? What do you call it?
Yes, it's the ambush predator.
Ambush predator. Thank you. That's exactly what we were yesterday. We waited and waited and waited
and
lying in the weeds, man, and then we pounced on it.
That's my style of trading. That's how I do things. I just wait for my levels. When I see something obvious, I jump in.
Andre and I have been trading buddies for a long time, and he always said good trading is like watching paint dry. Do you agree? Good painting is like watching paint dry, so you gotta sit there and
Absolutely, yeah. And in fact, like I said in my previous YouTube video, watching paint dry on some days might be a tad more interesting.
Yes, it will.
If it's a slow day, then you're gonna be waiting forever. Because when you get like a rotational day, that's like the toughest because you really have to be careful with your trade locations, and you have to wait for those extremes to get that asymmetrical opportunity coming in. And then the profit is usually not like let's slam 2R. It's usually like 1R. If you can get 35, 40 ticks, all the better.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, asymmetrical, Deanna, can you explain that to everybody?
Yeah, so we are all, as traders, you should always look for an asymmetrical opportunity. So many times people are trying to chase the move. Like, for example, we have a move up now in NASDAQ. So if you're chasing that, that's not exactly an asymmetrical opportunity because you have some supplies coming up and the whole thing is going upside. But if you have NASDAQ falling and you're looking to long from somewhere, that would represent an asymmetric opportunity. And the lower it goes, the more asymmetrical the opportunity becomes. So if you can nail those orientation levels when the market starts to turn around, that's really where the money is. And that's why you see me wait for like a long time before I get involved in a lot of the days. And that's why, because I'm looking at those extremes of the intraday moves. Now, for me, that means either an average daily range exhaustion, or if that's already been done, I look at my own twist on that, which is the average session range exhaustion. So I always have some sort of a level to look out for. And then obviously the value area edges from the outside. They are traditionally very, very good areas to look for your asymmetrical opportunities, especially if you've had a move that ran up to there, that was quite extensive. So the longer the move, the more chances of it pulling back. And you always have to think in that way.
Okay, cool. We came up to yesterday's high, didn't hit it, but it was pretty damn close. We work in the issues. If it gets close to a level, it is roughly 85-ish or something like that. So it's 80. Yesterday was 83-ish.
Yep.
Okay. Stay patient.
Buyers out of the gate.
Yeah, buyers out of the gate. Stay patient. Yesterday, buyers out of the gate the whole time. You guys are watching my screen. All day long. 8:30 or open 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 150 minutes of just straight rally, possibly pullbacks if you're a sharpshooter.
Yep. Hey, just a heads up, we got Eddie, you can confirm this. We got speakers at 9:15 Chicago time, 11:15 Chicago time, FOMC at 1 o'clock Chicago time. So we got a full slate of events today.
Yeah,
so
Waller's going to be speaking here.
9:15, right?
And then of course our meeting minutes.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it's not a rate decision though, so it doesn't have as much of a crazy effect. I know when I first started trading, I was like, oh, FOMC minutes, and then I didn't really know the difference between the rate decision. I was so green, and then when I started working for a prop trading company, I said, oh, FOMC minutes, and they just went, yeah, but it's not the rate decision. And I'm like, oh, right, yeah.
And this is from the September meeting, correct, Eddie? I want to say it's a September meeting.
Yeah, it's a rerun.
Yeah.
It's just going to be more details from that set meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, so what usually happens at the minutes is they read out the statement from the previous meeting, and the only thing you need to look out for is whether they added something to it or taken away from it. If it's pretty much the same, then it's going to have a limited effect on the markets.
That's right.
Okay. See how quickly we pulled off breaking new highs?
Yes,
breaking new highs in the NASDAQ by 3 ticks, 2 ticks ish. Big pullback to the tune of like 67. If you can do the math with me, it's over 15 handles. And then that's all I can add up. But that was 15 handle move right off the highs. So if you're playing breaking the highs, which maybe you're looking for continuation. So just letting you know, it was a 15 handle move off of breaking new highs, yesterday's highs.
So just one thing with the open sentiments, we have the open inside value, which is it's trying to push outside of it. But anytime you have an inside day, there is a higher chance of it rotating back to the value area at some point, because effectively anytime you come out of value and they start selling back to it, that's still responsive activity. So we just need to be a little bit careful about that.
What's higher value again?
Higher value is 153.50, and then value low is 152.54.8.
Write this stuff down, guys.
I am right now.
Yep.
Levels are important. Levels are important. Location in real estate is important. And, trend line folks, technical analysis folks still do. Nobody's telling you this is the holy grail. Find what works. Find what works for you. That is the name of the game. And then get married to that, so in tune with that the temperament of that changes, volatility, moves, the size of the moves. Sometimes the moves are 20, 30, 40 handles. Hey, typically we've been moving about 20 handles. That's kind of a move to put itself, and then it pulls back into range. That's all stuff that you want to be figuring out as you're trading. Screen time is so damn important. That's why we created the trading combine, so then you can have some guardrails, so to speak. You need guardrails. You can't just paper trade without loss limits, without
and without good habits, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it's all like. All of the rules that you see in these challenges, they're all there to help you set some really good trading habits.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We got 55% short in NASDAQ, 55% long in S&P, 55% long in crude oil.
Okay.
Big amount of traders trading today. So Wednesday, talked about meat and potatoes of the week. I've always liked Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays as my sweet spot of trading. Fridays, I'm already starting to check out, so I learned to close it up pretty early. Monday, Deanna and I were on here with Andre, and we talked about starting slow and steady. That's your rhythm. And Ryan, if you want to go back slow and steady on Monday, next week, you want to think about that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there's good moves. That's what I, in my shared experience with you all, have seen and noticed.
And Fridays as well, if you've had profits for the week, it's not the day to go testing new things or going all gung-ho on Fridays, because you don't want to ruin your weekend and you don't want to ruin the work that you've done for the previous 4 days. Amen. Right? So on Fridays, I'm always a little bit more relaxed. I'm not really rushing into any trades. And to be honest, even if I find a trade, it's just going to be like maybe one. And that'll be it. Yep.
And then go live your trader lifestyle, basically. Get out of there, go for a run. Friday after FAC, we all, in the States, we call it Friday after class, where you go meet everybody at the bar, or you go sit at the back patio and watch the sunset all afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you're doing.
You start up here, Andre, and go down here until your neck feels a little bit better. Oh, man. Okay, so if you guys weren't taking notes there, then I think you're missing some great stuff. We talked about great days of the week. That's one. Find out for yourself. We just shared in our experience, the ones that we see, and how to start the week and end the week and the stuff in between. Write that one down, and then go get a shitload of screen time, and then find out if that's the same for you. That would be something I would recommend. Writing down levels, even if you're a technical analysis person, put that in your level. Okay, downtrend, top of the channel is this number. Oh yeah, Deanna talked about point of control, blah, blah, blah. I don't quite know what that is, but I'm going to keep listening, and maybe I'll get to a better understanding, because this is stuff that has to do with volume, and that volume always makes very much sense to follow, because that's like transactions at a certain price. Boom, 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 boom. Very small number of transactions. Excuse me. Very small number of transactions up here. So then return to volume is kind of what the market always likes to do. Also, on your other notes, I always like return to settlement. We are seeing that markets have opened up around settlement, and I always like this return to settlement, because yesterday's ending day price is settlement, which is this yellow line. I'm going to blow my charts up. Jack, thanks for the feedback. So return to settlement. We made new highs from yesterday. New highs, 30-minute chart. Sold off.
What was that price?
83s.
83. Thank you.
83 half-ish. I was shorter on here. And right about, right about here, took a little heat, sold off. I took 20 handles at it. I wanted a W. I was down 500, and I made 1,600 on it, so I ended up day 1,100 and change. And then it continued going, and I had some folks pinging me on Slack, being like, "Hold that position." I go, "No, I want to keep jabbing away, putting up a W each day." Overnight, stayed around settlement. Today, tried a college try freshman year, failed all their classes.
Yeah, yes.
Now
it happens.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, described Andre's first year in school.
It was a rough one.
Was it?
No.
I had to get 3 letters of recommendation from my principal and whatever in high school just to get into Iowa State.
That's a heavy lift, man.
Oh, God. Twisting their arm was hard, too.
Yeah, choppy right now. I don't know how anyone could trade this.
Well, it's a watch. Sit on your hands. 60%. No, sorry.
That's a
55% are short both S&Ps and NASDAQ. We should take a poll here, but what type of poll would be helpful for you all? Throw it in here. Help us out. Is Andy in here? Fire drill is going to be today.
Oh,
We got to get 2,000 likes, and then
Oh,
we
yeah.
will pull the alarm, just like in high
yeah.
school.
That did happen every now
it
and
did happen.
That happened at university for me. It was like every night. Fire alarm. That was a nightmare. 2 a.m. usually. Somebody smoking at the whole residence. Always. Yeah.
Smoking what, Deanna?
I don't know. Everything probably. Whatever they've got.
Smoking pork.
Yeah.
Yeah, barbecue it. 2 in the morning. Start it up. Yeah.
Well, it was a music university, so you can imagine.
Oh, yeah, you're a musician.
It's very creative there, Michael.
Yeah, she had a creative side. I think that's where my creative side came from. I mean, I have a creative side. I didn't have a science side, therefore, or a remembering side or a studying side. Therefore, my GPA and letter of recommendations were both struggling to get.
Oh, Birkenstock went public today. Nice.
Those are back now.
Yeah.
With all
I've always liked them.
with all the high school kids and the woolly socks or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. They're good looking shoes.
Sandals, Andre.
Like everything.
Do they? Oh, they
Oh,
have,
they have shoes.
Oh, they have high heels. Come on.
Open heel.
Open. Oh, come on. They probably, yeah. I mean, you would know. You're caught up with all the.
You're the hippie out in Colorado, bro.
Yeah, I know. Granola now. Straight granola.
Is that what you're smoking?
Okay.
Hey, PPI came out hot today, correct? Anyone see that? Yeah, I did. Okay.
I'm trying to understand where you all think, or what you all think a poll should be that's going to be helpful to this trading team. Look, we're all a trading team here. We're all helping each other.
Right.
AK, the only trolling you can do is talking about sports.
Even then, be cool about it. Has anyone made a trade yet?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Oh, no. The likes are cruising up. The viewers are cruising up. So anybody who's just joining us, we are sitting on our hands. We are not making any trades yet because we haven't seen anything yet.
Not yet. S&P's chopping around.
Andre,
There's
put your
our
vote in.
poll.
Put your
We haven't
vote.
trade yet. Put a vote in.
There you go.
And then when we get to about 500 votes, Eddie, I think that's fair enough to tell what the poll turned out to be. If you could
You
share
answer the
that.
polls, Michael?
Yeah, my answer is simple. No.
No.
See on my screen, I put a position on.
Anything on the tilt?
Nothing on the tilt. 50-50. So far, remember, guys, yesterday it was the same thing. Quiet. Don't overtrade. High probability trades. I'm trying to be, again, sharing my experience. When you start overtrading, everybody knows that, well, not everybody who's never overtraded before. But when you overtrade, that's a difficult place to be putting up a profitable day.
Yeah, it is. I mean, fees and commissions will start catching up to you, too.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, especially if you're only aiming for a few ticks at a time. It just
Right.
eats into any profits that you have.
Get feed out. Yeah, so that's, I mean, part of the reason why we're here, you guys want to watch us trade, execute, get in the markets. Of course, we want to do the same. That's not necessarily the reality in successful trading. We got to, sit on our hands, be patient. Part of the reason you'll have us, we'll have these conversations, talk about the markets throughout, but we're also trying to help you here to be disciplined, stay patient, and be a sniper in these markets. So let's all work at this together. Team trade this thing. Be patient.
Yeah. So again, weekly kickoff levels. I just want to talk about this one more time. Check your inbox. It's a weekly kickoff email. Talks high level about some of these markets, and then links to news resources, so it's just not a fake news. Yeah. And then John shares weekly kickoff levels, which is good to have in your notebook, sitting next to your mouse as you trade.
That's right.
I will post that link in the YouTube channel.
Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie. Eddie's bringing his A game today, man.
Eddie is. Eddie always has the A game.
I mean, but today, A plus game today. You could just sense it.
All right, I'm buying lunch.
That was easy.
Okay. Quiet. It's totally okay being quiet. This game of trading is not ding 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 casino. Yeah, get you to play and we'll lure you in. But there's quiet times here. One of the reasons why we created Topstep TV.
Yep.
Bit of tradertainment while we focus and hone our skills.
So what I'm doing now, I'm just going through my process that I usually do whenever markets are a little bit choppy.
Yep.
So I'm just going through open sentiment. I'm writing down what size of the initial balance we have for gold and for crude oil, because gold is actually done with its initial balance since it opens earlier. So I'm just kind of looking at what we've got there, and then marking out my high probability levels that I'm likely to come in today. Because sometimes I see people marking levels that are a million ticks away, and I'm like, well, that's not going to come in today, is it? So let's be a little bit more realistic. And for now, I can see that gold has had a pretty decent move for that PPI release, but it's still within the norms. So for me, I have value high there. So we opened with a gap up, and I have value high from market profile at 1875.7. So that could be the turning point. And for me, again, this is the middle of the range in gold. On the upside, I do have 1895 as a potential area for either a target or the start of the trade. But the initial balance is still intact in gold. So we need to wait and see which side they want to take it, and then whether they find business outside of the initial balance or not. So while I'm waiting, I'm just kind of going through the process and writing things down, marking stuff on my chart, just to make a bit more sense of it all and not kind of do an impulsive trade just because things are moving.
Right.
Hold on, Deanna, you have a process? It's always good to have a process. If you don't have a process, you probably don't have a trading plan. If you don't have a trading plan, then might as well plan to fail.
Yeah.
You wanted to say it.
Oh, I was waiting for that one. When you start a company, and we're all entrepreneurs of sorts, making our own decisions, whatever we, kill, we eat type of deal. Starting off with a trading plan or a business plan. The business plan that you start off with months later or years later is not the same business plan. Your trading plan started off very simple. Listen to what you're hearing here. Ask boatloads of questions. Find out what sticks for you and what doesn't. Can you guys drop the checklist in there? On Topstep has a checklist that helps you guide you to create a trading plan. Please, everybody, have it up. And then put it somewhere, and then review it in the morning. And then, like Deanna does, have a process that it had. This did that. I checked all my charts. Check that box up. Point of control or technical levels. Blah blah blah. Do that. All that kind of stuff. Find out economic releases that are going to come up that affect your product that you're trading. I did that. All this kind of stuff. I checked into TopstepTV. Did that one. I hung out with a bunch of people in chat that are cool. Did that one. Eddie said some cool shit. Check that one. Check. Now I can trade.
All right. It has been pinned, and I posted it. Thank you. Thanks, James. James pinned it, and I posted it.
We have a little bit of a again, college tried a downside to return to settlement. It's not there yet. But as you're seeing, the S&P is showing a little more weakness than 30-minute bars are making new lows. It didn't break yesterday's high, S&P. We did with the NASDAQ. So yesterday, hold on. S&P has been stronger both days, Mondays and Tuesdays, and then now it's a little bit stronger than the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it was a tug of war between those two, who was leading, who was lagging. But we're still looking for a relationship to form, if one does at all. Nothing's popping yet. What are we, 25 minutes in? Yeah, nothing's popping off yet.
Nothing.
ES looks cleaner for the upside to me than NQ.
Why? What are you seeing?
So I'm looking at the daily chart just to see where the previous reversal areas were. On ES, there's really nothing until we get, like, this is like a longer term view, let's say a couple of weeks. So there's really nothing much in the way on the daily chart until like 4503. Whereas, like I said, NASDAQ has that overhead supply at 15410. Yeah, so ES, if it does start to rise, I would go with a sustained auction there if it shows up.
I like that.
I'm hearing,
Michael?
No, 54%. They're heavier long by 55%. Both the sisters and the brothers, S&P and NASDAQ, and the cousin crude is 62% short.
We're at 4,400s, big round number, but we've gone through that multiple times, so probably doesn't have much.
I love the trolls that come in here. Andre, Deanna, and MP, golden fade. Well, then there you go. You should be making money all the time.
Fade us. Shit.
Jesus Christ. If you want to fade us, fade us. You can make money. If that's your opinion, then do it.
Yeah, go for it. Let us know how that works out for you.
Yeah, this week you're down 6,000, buddy. So there you go. Get out of that hole on a Wednesday.
Don't give them any oxygen, Michael. Don't.
I know.
You can't troll. And talk about a sport. Hey, cricket. Deanna, that's your go-to?
It's not my go-to. It's my husband's go-to. He's obsessed with cricket. Yeah, exactly, crickets. He loves it. He goes for the games and everything. We actually don't live too far away from this. I suppose it's a playground stadium. It's called the Oval, and that's where quite a lot of the big games are played. So quite frequently, he goes over there and spends the day just drinking.
Oh yeah.
Mainly, and watching cricket. So yeah,
with the buddies.
I don't. Yeah, usually with a couple of buddies as well. Our best man, he's a South African guy, so he's quite into his cricket as well. So they usually go there together. And sometimes I join them, but to be honest, I've never really picked, because I'm not English. Like, I'm a naturalized English, right? So I'm Serbian and Italian and Greek primarily. And I tried to pick up the rules and stuff, but there's just so many rules, and it's such a long game, man. Like, especially if you have like a 5-day game, and then my husband actually tried to explain it to me, and he said, "No, you don't understand. Like, it's really interesting. Something happens every 10 minutes." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's very fast paced." And so whenever I go there, I usually have a bit of rosé wine. So,
lovely.
I mainly just enjoy the day outside, but I have no idea what's happening. Like, people running around and stuff, and I'm like, cool. Are we winning? Usually, if the answer is no, especially if it's Australians, they usually completely just destroy us.
Well, we've got the largest beer garden here in Chicago. It's called Wrigley Field.
Yeah,
really?
That's where the Chicago Cubs play.
Yeah,
right.
It's, if you're in the bleachers,
AKA the lovable losers, right?
We won.
We won what?
World Series in 2016.
If Deanna's thinking 10 minutes is a long time, 100 years of
yeah.
All right, let's get those likes up.
What are we sitting at?
Yeah, we don't do anything on Fire Drill until there's 2,000 likes. That's just
come on, guys. If you want those resets, you got to get us to 2,000 likes. Come on.
Yeah.
We can do
Is that the number? 2,000 today?
Yeah.
Wow.
Got to perform. We got to perform. All of us got to perform. We all have a bit of a reward when we all perform to the top of our level. So right now it's just clicking a like button, but in trading it's the same. Perform at the top of your level. You will find you may. I don't want to say there's no guarantees. You can't talk about guarantees in this business, but you usually will find some good success.
Yes. Speaker in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Did you speak yesterday?
Top of the hour here, 9 o'clock Chicago time.
Yep.
Top of the hour. Hit the like button.
Yeah, he was speaking yesterday as well. The same guy, Waller.
Yeah.
It's chatty man, is it?
I was going to say by the consonants.
Yeah.
Today.
Another big incentive to hit the like button. I don't want to keep talking about this because the markets are returning to settlement. I don't think there's a cap on them. There is a time period, but our tech guys. Thank you to all our tech folks that were listening. We went all in on servers, so we're going to see if it can handle that.
We're going to try to break the internet again.
Try to break the internet.
We're going to break it.
Eddie, have you ever reached the end of the internet?
Some of our friends feels like they have.
Yes, and I broke my nose. Walked right into that.
Walk right into that one. Man, I got nothing. 60% is a little high. It's a little high on shorts on S&P and NASDAQ. Same.
Yep.
I might have a level in crude oil. I might want to try a short from 84.95. 85, let's see.
Crude oil trader.
There. Yeah. Because the inventories are tomorrow, aren't they? This week. Yeah.
Is out all because of the
yeah, it's always the next day when there's a holiday.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, we're trying to get down to settlement. It's always an interesting area. You have a 50 right here, you have a settlement right here, you have a 100 right here, you have a 200 period moving average. Boom, boom, boom. You have the same story going on in S&P. Yep. 50 settlement, hundo, and 200. Starting off besides
yesterday.
Yeah, except it was pretty damn directional yesterday out of the gate.
What was it? To the upside?
All day long, right here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Then you got short. That's right.
Here you go. All day long. Out of the gate. Opening. Touch settlement. Didn't like it. Rally.
Yeah.
Weekly kickoff high right around here.
Boom.
100. You could have had 100 handles. If you played one strategy, you probably would have been funded or passed the trading combine just by opening up your weekly kickoff. We're just going to keep plugging that. It's very important to stay educated and to get prepped, kicked off. Get ready for the kickoff of the week, but checking that in your email. So
that's right.
And also review your trades. If you've done well or haven't done so well, go back and see whether anything could have been done differently, whether your levels actually worked or whether it was just wishful thinking. It's quite useful.
Agreed.
In fact, reviewing your trades is probably going to be the biggest thing that you ever do as a trader.
Yep. You go back.
It's very eye-opening. Yep. Yeah, very humbling as well.
It is. It is. But it lets you see things that maybe, that you didn't see when you were in the market.
Yeah. Yeah, in the heat of the moment, you can get lost a little bit.
Exactly.
And then when everything settles down, it's almost like your rational brain comes back. Yeah. And then you're like, okay, why did I do that?
I know.
Hey, JD, can we make sure the weekly kickoff, it does include the NASDAQ, I believe, but I believe it's ES, GC, gold, crude oil, and NASDAQ. Those are the most popular ones traded. Anybody who's trading live cattle or lumber, I don't know, man. Just tune in and tell us what you're.
Do we have lumber traders? There's got to be at least one,
we
right?
have.
There's got to be one out there.
There's always one. That pit used to have like 4 people in it. You walk by. Yeah.
Like, man, out of all the products, man, lumber, huh?
Oh, well, you would have had a really good time during COVID.
That's right. It rallied to insane highs.
Uh-huh.
MP, a long time ago, we promised a cowboy hat, like a Stetson, to anyone that can confirm they passed the trading combine just trading cattle. That offer still stands.
Respect. That'd be fantastic.
Well,
we had a derogatory version of that in the office. We had an office at one point, and whoever broke their daily loss limit had to wear a grasshopper hat, because I call them grasshoppers. Whenever you overtrade, you basically get yourself in a mess. And then I would make them wear a grasshopper hat, and you would have to wear it like on the bus, coming into the office, everything for a whole week.
How embarrassing.
they do that kind of stuff when you lose your fantasy football league.
Yeah, the punishments.
Yeah.
Live cattle really quick. I was at the driving range about 3 weeks ago when I was saying I was going to the driving range after a trading day. And Lou, his name was Lou something or other. I forget his last name. It's a lot. And we were talking. He was like the only other guy. And all of a sudden he starts giving me lessons. You ever been on a driving range and the guy turns around and starts giving you lessons? But he was an older guy. I got to give him some respect on that one. And he was hitting the ball well. And he's like, where you live out here? I'm like, yeah, I live out here. He's like, where are you from? I'm like, well, from Nebraska, but I traded in Chicago for about, since 2002, and just moved here 2 years ago. And he's like, whoa, where'd you trade at? And I'm like, Dow Pit. He's like, oh, it's a live cattle trader. I'm like, they were all old school guys. They wouldn't let any newbies in. They wouldn't trade with you, even if you had a better offer.
Even though there's 4 guys in the pit, they didn't want a 5th in there.
No, and these guys crushed it to the tune of he owns like not 50, but like 20 something car dealerships. He rolled everything in a car dealership. Yeah, lives down in Palm Springs.
Oh,
he's got the life. Yeah,
symbol for cattle is LE.
And he ended it with, I'm like, you live out here? He's like, split time. I'm that big housey boys up there. And then to end it, I go, you out here for how long? He's like, well, I get picked up on on Tuesday. And then I ain't getting picked up by a cab. I know that.
I know what that means.
So needless to say, if you become a good trader anywhere, you can reach your
all your dreams.
You're realistic. You should be able to reach, or have a fighting chance to be able to reach your realistic goals. Mine was to have a better lifestyle. I just wanted to keep having a better lifestyle, and it chipped away from paying off a condo. Now I have a better lifestyle because I don't have a mortgage. And then I'd go on, the Eddie we talked about during the roll, I'd go on a holiday for the week or two, and then just kept moving up.
Yeah, I was similar. I wanted to move away from music and from touring and gigging and stuff because, it sounds glamorous, but it really isn't. You spend a lot of time on planes and buses, and like tour buses are disgusting. You would share them usually with about 12 people. You can never really sleep. It's always loud. So yeah, it wasn't great. And then when I started doing well as a trader, I slowly started phasing that out. And in the end, I was only doing gigs around this area. I live in London, so obviously there's quite a lot of clubs back then. Not so much now after COVID.
Oh no.
But yeah, so it was really nice to be able to just sit down and do like one trade and make more money than you made in an entire week as a musician. So.
What instrument did you play, Diana?
I was an alto saxophonist and also an electric guitarist, and then I was a singer at one point as well. So I kind of did that for a bit. But my favorite thing to do was to play instruments. So yeah, sax player and guitarist. So yeah,
very cool.
But I actually finished my master's in flute, so I was a classically trained musician. However, I've been doing like rock and pop gigs since I was 14. So it was kind of like both things at the same time.
Very cool.
That is very cool and talented as hell. Sounds like.
Yeah.
I was on a pretty high level there. I had an agent and everything. At one point, I played with Rod Stewart. That was one of my bigger gigs.
Anna.
Yeah. You
why did you tell us? Come on.
I did. Hoag knows all this, so yeah, he knows my CV.
I have mad respect for you. I mean, I had mad respect for you prior, but this is even cooler.
But it's just a session musician life. You're not necessarily picking gigs that come to you. They just kind of send them to you, and then you go, yeah, I'll have that. And the Rod Stewart one was obviously the biggest one, but I was also a live saxophonist for Ministry of Sound, which was a dance label back in the day. And they were we traveled all over the world. I mean, Asia, we went to Mexico, like it was ridiculous, like places that you wouldn't really necessarily connect with like a strong dance scene. And yet, there we were. So, yeah. All right, crude oil is broken to the downside. Didn't really reach my level. So this means that now I'm looking at initial balance low as my orientation point.
Hey, Deanna, crude oil has 72% of people are short right now. Just a little heads up. And the average price those shorts are all short from is, it's covered up. Shorts are short from average price, 84.84. 84.84. Shorts.
84.84. Right. Okay. Okay. Like I said, I don't really like to do anything before the initial balance is popped. I always find those kind of trades are much slower. But once the other time frame participants come to the party, everything becomes a little bit livelier.
Right.
So the reason why I'm now looking at the initial balance low as my orientation point is now it's the question of whether they find business below the initial balance or not. And that's going to give me my direction for the hypotheses that I've got in my head at the moment. So if we manage to close below, then I'm going to be going short. If we don't manage to find any business, then I have to look at another test of the value low to the upside. So we'll see what the next 20 minutes brings or so.
Yeah, the last 30 minutes have been about a 60 handle pullback.
Yeah. They're big. It's a big range today, so we got to be a bit careful there. Because I usually only use like 35 ticks on crude oil for my stops.
Yeah, sorry, Deanna. I was talking about
NASDAQ.
NQ. And I'll tell you.
Yeah. Okay. So what sort of stops do you use on NQ? Remind me.
20 handles.
20 handles. Okay.
20 points for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're going to get 2,000 likes. I just took a peek.
Yeah, no, we'll do that.
We're going to blow it out of the water.
It's on trading.
Yeah, my bad. I just took a peek.
Eddie's got the radars going, the antennas going for everything outside of the trading world. Hey, who's speaking in 3 minutes?
We've got Waller.
I'm looking for a long right now. It's coming back to settlement. Andre, you have a 70% shorts in the S&P.
Thank you. I'm looking to get long too.
I'm looking for a 50 period moving average on the 30. Might get in a little early on a one lot, like right now, just to test the waters.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that too.
Yeah, this is a test the waters thing. We talked about dipping your toe in one lot, get a feel. I put the line in the sand right now, 15.3, 14 even in the NASDAQ. And put the line in the sand when the tide, when the wave comes in, put the line in the sand, and then you kind of get a feel. And just like sit there, watch that stick. Is the tide coming in? Is the tide coming out? You really don't know. And I'm not a big oceanographer or whatever it's called.
Keep flowing. I like this.
But I'd sit there and just watch that while the sun's setting. Which way is the tide coming in? I learned that from a trade. Just like find that, get a feel. Mm-hmm. So right now, 14s it's dancing. The waves are coming in. I can't tell if it's high tide or low tide coming in right now.
Me neither.
Yeah, it keeps hitting my stick.
Hey, Deanna, there's a question here. How do you put your stop losses in crude?
How do I put them on? Well, I click and it's on.
Thank you very much. Okay, next question.
Asked and answered.
Yeah, next question. So it will I usually just have a default stop loss size that I predetermine based on what the current liquidity of the product is. So I will first and foremost have an idea of the stop loss size. Like I asked MP, I said, what's your stop in NQ? And he goes about 20 handles, right? But similarly for crude oil, I like to use 30 to 35 ticks. Where I will put my stop loss will depend on the type of the setup that I'm looking looking at. If it's more of a momentum type setup, I'm not that nitpicky over where it's going to go, because the momentum usually can account for a lot of the poor trading locations because you have that momentum going, right? But if it's like a ranging day, or if it's if you have a very large candle in a 30-minute time frame. So for now, we're looking at these. I'm looking at these 15-minute candles, and even they're like pretty wide. They're about 60 ticks wide. So that means I have to be a little bit more careful where I'm going to put my stop losses. And ideally, I like to use round numbers as my orientation points. So round numbers being either, let's say, 84 or even 84.5. So I try to place my stop loss away from those kind of round numbers, because if you look at the dome, you will always find larger orders that are somewhere around those round numbers. Whether that's like an algorithm effect or what, I don't know, but it's always been like that. So you always have larger interest of people buying and selling around the round numbers. So if you can actually get involved with your position around those round numbers, that always makes a stronger position. So today, even if I get involved in a short or a long, I'm going to try to get my stop to either be at, let's say, 0.80 for a short, or to be somewhere below 84 for a long, if I can.
Speaking of long, I got out of my 14s very, very quickly. 14s, and then I got in at at 04s.
I'm long too.
I'm gonna get out of one. I need to get a cushion built. So there's my cushion right there. All right, $400 out of the gate. That is a base hit, a little bit of a double. Got out of that right now on a 10-handle move. I still think it has downside move, but why did I take that? Check out the S&P. Bounced off support, bounced off 50. I was looking at those and I was dipping my toe in the water, and I made it light and tight, as you can see with the where the at live markets. 14 12s, 6s 6s, 5s 5s, long. Where we go? In out.
We got levels. We can share you on position.
I'm out. I got in at 14 right here, out at 12, light and tight. In at 06, out at 05. In at 05, in at 04. This is after I already noticed that it was right on 50, right on settlement in the S&P, right on the 50 in the NASDAQ. And then I quickly got out of one because I only wanted a one lot, and then it firmed up a little bit more, so I got back in on a 04. Held a two lot and a quick little 10 ticks. Nothing to...
How long were you in that trade? That was quick.
Yeah, that was quick. I don't know.
Right, I'm gonna pop in a short in crude oil because it looks very heavy, so I don't think I'm gonna get my retrace.
Yeah, Jack, a minute, and they were talking. I didn't want to interrupt. It was a minute.
What's a good cushion for you, Michael? You said you want to build up a cushion. What does that typically look like?
750, and I still go with what I learned at the prop firm, not what I learned prior to the prop firm, which is crushing, destroying, imploding 3 real money $30,000 trading accounts, which is 90 grand I lost by the time I was 23. Did not have a rich uncle. I had a vending company with like 70 machines out there. I don't know how many accounts, and I was making like $1,000 a week as like a 16-year-old. And then I just kept throwing that money in the markets after watching Trading Places. And finding out I had to get 3 letters of recommendation, and I barely got to college. But I would trade in college, and I'd walk by a buddy named Issa, you know him, Andre, and he'd be like, "Hey, that's by the time we were doing options, because of course when you lose in your account, you then go, where do I get more leverage?
We're what next? Yeah."
And he'd be like, you see the S&P? And we'd always buy calls.
Yep.
Right, I'm short crude from 84.44.
All right, cool. 68% of S&P is short, 70% of crude oil short, 75% of NASDAQ is short. Write this down on your, actually, I'll take a one lot down here if it takes another jump down to the reason why is these areas where a majority of people get one directional, and this is after a big move, especially this is kind of moved off our highs pretty strong. But keep an eye, they get paid and then they don't get paid, and that's the herd. That's the majority. They get paid and they don't get paid. I always like looking at the minority of traders because that's a tougher trade to get into than what everybody else is doing.
So with crude oil, we do have a potential for a gap fill now because it's definitely popped the low of the gap.
Is the gap to the downside or upside?
Yeah, it's to the upside.
Okay.
So now it's going down.
S&P 70% short,
I'm long.
31% long. Look at this pop.
It did.
Is it running up the longs, whatever, and running their stops?
Are they still short? Are they still short, Michael?
Oh, yeah, they're short. Well, 70%. Yeah.
They're getting squeezed right now.
They're getting squeezed.
Yeah.
Watch this. This is good information. It came off settlement. There's one thing on your checkbox. It touched 50-period moving average on off settlement on the S&P, 50-period moving average on the NASDAQ. Tilt came in. Everybody's heavy down there. You guys remember when everybody was heavy one direction earlier in the week? That area, I said annotate that. Look at this move. You would have had a, 15 handle. $300.
There's also no overnight demand there in that ES as well, right where that settlement line is.
Yeah. Where are you long from, Andre?
96. Not a good entry.
Yeah, it already made a little bit of a move, but there's still shorts in here.
Is Tilt saying short still?
It's heavier shorts, but it's lightening up. But it's still 68% S&P, which is sort of a big number,
Yes.
in the S&P. Let me give you guys an average price that the shorts are in, and then the longs are in. Average price on the S&P is 43.99. So that is the longs. So the longs are taking heat, but also the shorts are short from 43.99. And they're off by like a couple ticks. Now it's lightening up. 57% of NASDAQ folks are short.
Yeah,
So I'm coming back to some of these longs entry on the average longs. Tilt does remind me of poker. You can read people. We used to do in the trading pit. Mm-hmm. You see right there. You don't see it on this. Man, that was a good. It was a good. We talked about the tilts being heavy shorts down at the 15s, the 315s. So if you want to listen to a weekly kickoff, you have that as an option. If you want to just hear the tilt, you have that as an option. Indicator, or information. Deanna, information. You're going to hear from her. Yep. I'm trying to do commentary a bit on the markets. Andre, if it flirts around here,
I know.
I just don't like it when it dances. That's why I got out of mine and looked for a better entry.
The whole entry thing, I know, but I gotta stay convicted, right?
Do we? Okay, I'm fading you.
Yeah, don't be a grasshopper.
Wow. Wow.
Well, who's that guy that came on here and said fade Andre?
Darth Vader, dude.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just gonna test this one out.
All right.
There's no reason to do this except the fact that Andre, I felt the lack of confidence in his position, and I just want to have a lesson. I want to have a lesson around fading individuals that kind of are hesitant on their position. Andre, I'm not saying you're wrong by any means.
I don't think I'm wrong.
What's your position on Pay?
Short from 29.5.
Oh, you're short NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. See, they move and wow. They move, and this return to settlement still, it touched it. It bounced off of it, I'd say. I don't know if it's something you can confirm that it won't. How do we get settlement, Goat? I don't know. I have it on my screen. Whatever charts you use, I'm sure that's
the yellow line.
The yellow line. That's yesterday. Yesterday, you guys see it? No, you can't see it. All right, I'll open it up. This
real quick here. For those that are spamming the chat, please stop. I don't want to be a Karen, but you might have these.
Is there a male version of a Karen?
I know.
I don't know.
It's called
Karen,
Todd,
Ken. I don't know.
There is one. There's a male version of it.
Brad. I think they're called Brads, right?
Yeah, don't be a Brad. Yeah.
All right, I'm not going to be a Brad, but the thing is, you will be timed out. You might even be kicked out for the day.
Is it bad in there?
And you'll never get that code. So
A
please do not spam the
What are they spamming? Are they
What are they
spamming?
doing?
the fire drill. It's going to happen.
Well,
Let's put it that way. So
it's
so
coming.
chill. Let's watch the markets live. There's opportunity here, folks, and you're missing it.
Let the genie out of the bottle on this one, Michael.
Yeah, quick update. We got the 2K likes way quicker than expected, and we have the code set for a time. So it'll be in the next 30 minutes.
Well, you just gave
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. I mean, we may creep
Ish.
it out there a little further. Yeah, and I don't think there's a cap on it again, right?
Yeah, my understanding is to be 5 minutes with no cap.
Right. So everybody just wait in line. Yes. Please.
And we added 9 more servers. So I always no, we're not talking about it until we get there.
No. Yeah.
Andre, you know what you got it at 96s, but it's having a hard time.
Going anyway. Any which way.
Yeah.
What's tilt at? Fuck, here comes the
50-50 NASDAQ, 64% short S&P, 72% short crude oil.
Yeah, my crude is passing 1R. There was an average daily range around, what was that? 84.20. But because there's this gap that I'm looking for the price to fill, I'm not sure it's going to stop there. And then my next area of interest is the average session range, which is at 83.45, much lower and much closer to the gap close. So for now, it's going well. So let's see if I can get at least 2.3R out of this. I don't really want to go. There was in the prop firms, as you guys know, it's like, don't be a dick for a tick. I don't want to go like right to the tick or the gap fill, but yeah, 2.3R would be pretty good.
Absolutely.
We call it don't pick up pennies on the highway. Pennies are 1 cent. Small.
Probably a nicer, more polite version. But as you know, people in prop firms are not that polite. Like there's a whole bunch
I know, right?
of yeah.
They're all choir boys, aren't they?
Yeah.
Hey, so I got my 20 handles on a fade on Andre.
Did you?
Yeah.
I start trading NASDAQ, dude. NASDAQ moves. S&P goes.
NASDAQ is ridiculous. Every time I look at it, I'm just like, okay. Yeah, if I had a coffee before then, I'm just like, it makes me so nervous. Like, I don't know how you can do NASDAQ, MP. Like, seriously.
I don't want to do NASDAQ. Everybody here trades NASDAQ. I'm just doing this to kind of have a little bit of a lesson. But if I really wanted to, if I was in here in the community on the other side of the fence, there's no fence here. On the other side of the trend of everybody trading NQ, I would be an ES trader. I actually like crude oil too, Deanna.
I love crude oil. Crude oil is my baby.
But once I got an electric vehicle, I never go to the station. I always used to like watching crude oil and then seeing how long. It wasn't a long time before they jacked up the prices. Like they do same day real time on the other side.
Yeah, and then when it goes down, they're like, we'll just keep it for a couple of months.
Like,
it's not very real time.
I know where crude's trading right now. This is not where gas prices should be.
No.
But they
It
broke
never
us.
is.
They broke us and they won.
And the only way to know that, guys, is to trade a commodity. That's why commodities are fun to trade, because you use this stuff.
Yeah.
You use live cattle in your backyard. But you use crude oil when you fill up, or gasoline, but whatever. You get the point. Petrol, right?
Petrol, that's right. Yeah.
And you guys go on liters. So every time I'm like, hold on.
How much is a liter out there?
It's like 8 pounds.
I have no idea. Honestly, it's not something I look at. Well, what I do, I just get to the petrol station, I fill up, and you can actually do it via your phone now. There's an app that wirelessly connects to the pump that you're at, and I have no idea. I never look at that stuff, I'll be honest. There are some prices that I just don't really obsess over, and, petrol, I just need it. So, at this point in my life, I don't need to, I go, oh, how much is the petrol today? As long as it's not, I fill up and it's like 200 pounds, we're good. And for
Yeah.
now, I think I can fill up for about maybe 60 pounds. And my car is only a Mini Cooper S, so
Ooh.
it maybe holds like 45
color?
liters. It's black, like drug dealer black.
Wait, what?
Flag over it.
Is that,
With like dark.
is that a color?
Yes.
Really, baby.
Because I also have the dark glass like at the back.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Drug
giving
dealer black.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick Wheelan's in here. Hey, what levels do you have? You're NASDAQ trader, right? What levels do you have in here? And welcome, Patrick. We're glad to have you here, buddy. Down in Florida, a fisherman, an angler, I guess you could call it.
Nice.
All right, we're back down here. Andre, you still holding that?
I'm still
96?
holding.
They're not that far. Look at how far we've pulled back on the NASDAQ
Yeah.
versus the S&Ps.
Yep. I'm watching.
Yeah, that's why I call the NASDAQ the Psycho Bunny.
Oh, it's crazy. You have to be crazy to trade it.
Or young. One of the two.
Or young.
All right, so we have a sustained auction in crude oil. So it's managed to keep the price below the initial balance. And we'll see what happens with this next TPO. But if it carries on down, then we're going to have some single prints left behind. And that always spells a strong auction. So fingers crossed.
You got anything on tilt, Michael?
No, 50-50. 63% NASDAQ shorts.
Shorts gonna get
You
squeezed.
know, Michael, we got some questions. Tilt. What is this tilt thing you keep talking about?
It's a bias indicator of everybody with an open position. That's high level. Bias indicator of everybody with an open position. By bias, I mean you can only be long or short if you have an open position.
Yep.
Here at
Unless
Topstep.
you're hedging, unless you're, condors and all that, whatever. We play checkers here when we just do play futures.
Dude, trading butterflies, that's expensive.
Yeah, I didn't think it gets expensive. So everybody with an open position here at Topstep, that's in the trading combine or trading on XFA. We don't share our live traders anything. We actually take people live, unlike a majority of other people. And we have traders that are crushing it. We'll talk about that one during tap on the shoulder. But tilt is if a bias on say longs tilts over to like a bigger bias, like 60%, 70% of people are long, 80% of people are long. That's it. Annotate that on the charts. What did the market do after a large majority of people got one direction? And then we're going to share that. And eventually, very, very, very soon, we're going to have that sitting in front of you if you are trading with Topstep. If you're not trading with Topstep, yeah, you're not going to get it in real time.
You know, in the club, man.
Folks, I'm feeling some heat, but I want to do some hot streaks. Do we got time for some hot streaks?
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Let's do that. Jack, what do you got for us today?
One moment, I was dealing in YouTube chat.
A little quiet, Jack. Just a little heads up.
How's the YouTube chat going today, guys?
Oh, the YouTube chat is so much fun today. Hot streaks away.
How do you?
All right, hot streaks.
Nice.
Hanona with 70. It seems like our 22-day record holder has not made the list. So we are back. Hanona with 17, 5,585. Jonathan L. With 16, 1,450. Steve Y. Why? Because he put up $3,650. Graham T with 14 days, 2,924. And Lee's still on the list here with 4,254. So 50K account is leading. And you got 150K, 100K, 100. I haven't really seen too many 100Ks, but Steve Y was with us yesterday. So that is our hot streak for today. Thanks,
Pretty good.
Jack.
Pretty good.
Okay. Back in my hole.
And just a reminder, as I mentioned, the YouTube chat, if you talk about the fire drill, if you ask for resets, time out for you. It's coming.
No soup for you. No soup for you.
But by the way, my 2.3R is done. So I literally just took profits.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Did we have Deanna's position up there and Andre's? Let's make sure we get that.
I'm on there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we put them in the Cryon. We're having tech people make new graphics so I can put them on top.
All right, I've warmed up enough.
Uh-oh.
Time for the old school Top Step hat.
Hey, what was that hat, by the way? That beanie.
Aspen X.
Ooh.
You were just like a human billboard.
Yeah,
Right.
he is first. It was like a NASCAR driver.
You know, until Nike starts paying me, I'm wearing Top Step. How about that?
There you go.
Yeah, Aspen X. That's a cool. It's just a new apparel line here in Aspen. Casey knows the COO.
We've been to dinner with him.
You have, haven't you? Yes, you have.
All right, I think this trade's kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you had it. You were in the money on that last push. Yeah, the markets are. Yeah, the markets they're really dancing around here.
Yep.
Crude oil is just dropping.
Is it?
Yeah, gap
I'm seeing
fill.
that
Yeah.
crude, the 50 and the 100 SMA like right on top of each other. I wonder if that might be some deference here trying to get through it.
Yeah, possibly. I've got the average session range low at 83.45.
Muya, I think it is. How do I get a Top Step hat? You go to the gear shop, and just so everybody knows, Top Step, I'm such a brand junkie, is with a capital T and a lowercase s. So because Top Step in a camel casing looks like two words, and it's just Top Step. Just so everybody can tell their friends, because I see it all over the internet. I'm like, come on. Not even how you spell it. Hey, Patrick, if you're on here and if you're on a boat and if you got cell phone service and if you want to do it, that would be kind of cool to have you call in, find out what you're catching. Got anything on the line, if you know what I mean? Get you on the line and see if you have anything on the line.
Is some of that Uncle Josh pork rind?
Okay, so I'm feeling good about a nice cushion for today so far.
I would get a pretty nice cushion.
What's your cushion? What's your profit right now, Deanna?
It's 1,450.
Oh, come on. You just like that first trade? You really try to take my job now.
I know.
I'm a low frequency intraday trader. I just, like I said, I wait for my levels, and then I take a big chunk out of the market on days when the market is moving. So
You nailed that one.
Your patience is what we all should strive for. Swear to God. I mean
that's why I have my lizard on my cup to keep me company. Bob, my grumpy Bob. Or as Eddie likes to call him, Robbie.
Robbie?
Yeah. I used to have a gecko lizard named Bob. That's why I have.
Oh wow!
Is my mascot. And I wanted an ambush predator, but I didn't want anything aggressive. Like usually people go for like lions or some horrible animal, and I just wanted something really cute and grumpy. And I was like thinking, well, what is an ambush predator? And then as I was looking it up, they said, oh, lizard's ambush predator. And I was like, of course, it's perfect.
Deanna, what planet did you come from? This is so cool. You're looking for all this stuff. You're a musician of traveling. You're sniper-like in the crude oil. I'm getting very what would it be? Envious of how
it's just data. Honestly, it's just data. And I think having the blend of creativity and analytics is where my skills come from, because it's very rare to have both. People are either skewed towards science or towards art and creative stuff, whereas I'm kind of dead in the middle. And I've always been like that. Even with music, I was always very methodical with the way I was raising my skills, and I just simply applied that to trading. There's no big mystery there. And it's not like I suddenly came up with my skills. It took me probably a good 7 years before I got very consistent and very confident with the types of trades that I'm doing.
I like that.
That's great. Yeah. Andre, you still on that trade?
I'm still in it.
Yeah, I like it.
Conviction.
Yeah, conviction, not getting shaken out. It's trading
Let's get those
40.
levels up there. Here we are. Hey, Deanna, what's your average as far as contracts per trade?
It really depends what kind of an account that I'm trading. So I do have a pretty sizable personal account. So there I will go in with either 10 or 20 contracts. But obviously for live trading and stuff, that's very stressful for me to kind of, look at that. Because over there, I kind of risk about 8K per trade, which is a lot. And when I need to talk and when my trading doesn't have my full focus, I do turn to some of the prop accounts that I've got. And there I will trade anywhere between 1 to 4 lots. Depends on how much buffer I've got, where the account is at, and how long it's been running. But yeah, on average, like 3 or 4 contracts usually.
Nice. You sling size then when you're not on camera.
Yeah, I used to trade even bigger than that. Like I had a really good year in 2020. Like it was like my best year ever.
Awesome.
Ridiculous.
Did you buy it when it went negative?
I didn't, but I kept trading before they stopped the whole crude oil trading, and it was still doing the same thing within my structure, within the because there's times of day that I look at, there are levels that I look at, and once we kind of settled into those bigger ranges, it was still behaving the same way, just in like a ridiculous ranges. So whatever position I would put on, it would just go like 100 ticks in my direction, like literally in like 5 minutes.
Wow.
So that was it was fun. And it was the most money that I've ever seen in my life. So that's why now I can afford to. And since then, we've had, we paid off some mortgages and stuff.
That's why you don't look at petrol prices.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But, obviously it's not all kind of glamorous and stuff. I still do have days where it's a little bit tougher than other days. I don't want to give people the impression that this is easy because it isn't. And I work very hard on my self-discipline. I go to bed pretty early. I make sure that that my lifestyle matches my what I want to achieve as a trader, and that means that I can't really do loads of socials. Weekends are for resting for me. They're not for going out and getting wasted with people, which is fine. I used to do that too. Trading on a hangover on a Monday is not what you want to
no
be doing.
chance.
Yeah.
No drinking on a school night.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a bit boring, really. I have my 8 dogs, and I take
How many?
walks.
Boring, huh?
8 dogs.
8. Yeah, 8 dogs. It's a full house here. I had 2 for a long time, and then we lost one of my senior dogs, and we missed him so much that we bought another dog for our surviving dog, and they got on so well. I've always wanted loads of dogs, so I decided to let them mate. And we were told, it's that Pomeranians don't have big litters because one is a Cavalier, the dad is a Cavalier, and the new girl was a Pomeranian. And they said, we can definitely see 2 on the scan. And I was like, okay, I could do 4 dogs. And on the day, 6 came out.
Hello.
And as they were popping out, we were naming them. So that was it. They were popping out every half an hour. She popped one out. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. So now we're a crazy dog house with 8 doggos. They're about to turn 2 actually, end of November. So
how many of them sleep in bed with you?
Everybody.
Oh my God! Does your husband even sleep with you in bed?
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. Like if you want to get up through the night and you want to come back in, you have to fight for space. Like, come on, give me the covers. But yeah, we make it work. Luckily, some of them are getting a bit hairier now. So I think about 3 or 4 of them sleep on the floor. So yeah, it's pretty good. They're so cute, though. I love them. They're my life.
I love dogs. I've been through 4 dogs in my life. Back when I was very, very young, that one got hit by a car.
Oh, Michael.
The other one barked at our horses all the time. Parents said I'd get rid of that one. The other one I had in college, and then he got throat cancer. And then my last one, Cassius. I kept getting better and better ones. And man,
he was an all-star, man.
All-star. One day, Deanna, one day as a joke, we were watching football, and we're like, he always looks at us, looks at us all the time. He's looking at me and like, maybe we should change his name today, just to have fun with him. So we call him Coach all day long, even though his name is Cassius. He kept looking at us like he's all confused. By the end of the day, he was responding to it. But then you give him a nice hug like that and be like, buddy, and he'd jump around and you're like, you're still Cassius.
He was so confused, man. Uh-oh.
All right.
Ooh,
Okay.
cool graphic. Oh, shit, just happened.
Uh-oh. Let's do it. You got it right here. Hey, why
It is, folks. That is fire drill. All
Okay.
right.
Yes,
Code.
go ahead.
Fire 15370. Gosh, that number rings a bell.
Uh-huh. What is the bell, Eddie?
That is one of Hoag's weekly kickoff numbers that Michael used yesterday and made a profit. It's a beautiful
Yes.
number. Get in there, folks.
Check your
Remember,
email
no
every
pushing, no
Monday.
shoving.
Yep.
Open for 5 minutes.
The one thing Jack just said, don't sit on your hands with this one. 5 minutes, we're going to have this open. All right. We've got more servers. There should not be a problem. No pushing, shoving, kicking, punching like we used to do in the pits. That's not good. So
Look, the servers, great job. The engineering team, the tech team, Mac.
Mac, good job, man.
Got it. Everybody's getting it. So no frustration. Friction free so far.
It worked.
I think it's time for a shot of coffee now. And I promise it is coffee.
You're trading. You're gonna start over trading, Deanna.
Yeah, I'm gonna go crazy now. Short, long, trading Nasdaq.
Time for a shot of Xanax on the production end here.
Yeah. Anybody that's in the chat, go let your friends know. This is what we're doing each day this week, and then we'll figure out what we do each week after. But if you start inviting friends on here, we hit the like because we're gonna keep raising the like, and then we can all scratch each other's back here.
Sure. Jack, I got some gummies for you. I'll run them over real quick.
Thank you. Get on the pace bus. So if there's an issue, refresh your browser, I'm being told, for the people that are trying to do the code.
Okay,
Oh,
so
now we have
refresh your browser.
Now and then you don't press return, you press apply, right? Or something like that.
Yes, hit apply. Don't hit enter. After you did, just hit apply.
Yes. What is the code? Look on our screen. We've got it right there. It is FIRE, lowercase, 15370. FIRE, lowercase, no spacing, 15370. And tell them Topstep sent you.
Here,
And you're not missing anything totally in the markets. We are moving a bit lower.
No, we're about to get stopped out.
Okay, fair enough. Here's settlement right here, right now in the S&P. Nasdaq pretty far away from settlement still.
All right, refresh your browser if you are seeing that it's not
I'm
working. Site is down. We have 9 servers. I think everybody at once sort of jumped in.
Yeah, and if you miss it, don't please don't complain because tomorrow we'll do it again.
Mm-hmm.
But only if we get the likes.
Well,
And only if there's no trolling.
So now that I've had my coffee, I have another leveling crude.
Let's go.
No,
Here, let's
no,
go.
no, I'm not going to take this one because it's a little bit too early for those sort of moves probability wise. But I do have the crude oil gap fill, so that's done. And then also there was an average session low at 83.44, and the price is now turning around from there. So if I didn't do the first trade, I might have been doing this one. But since I'm already in on quite a nice buffer, I'm going to leave this one to do its thing, because I typically like to trade one trade for this period of day, and then after New York lunchtime, I try to do another one. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not a high frequency trader. I trade by times of day as well. So now that this one's done its thing, there's a high chance that it goes back at least halfway. But if I look at the probabilities every time I try to do these moves this early in the day, it didn't really pan out. So what might happen is that we hang here for the next couple of hours and then it goes back.
So stay patient.
Stay patient for sure. These equities aren't doing anything right now.
It came down to touch settlement. Andre, shake.
I got stopped out right there.
Fair enough.
I know.
You put your stop loss at settlement, dude.
I know, Andre. Amateur.
I know.
No, that you had to play.
Well, it wasn't settled. It's based on my plan. So yeah.
All right. So it did come down to touch settlement. It came down and touched the 50 period moving average again. We're back up here.
These motherfuckers want to run it up.
We're back up here.
Sure are.
Yeah, you still think about that, Andre. Your stick in the beach, it's at 90. It was at 96. So I still play the game that if I still had that position, what happened after all that, even after I got stopped out. It just helps me get a feel. Somebody
I agree.
else, somebody else asked, why do I have 20 handles? Because I started learning that after I got stopped out, I'd still have that stick in the sand. I'm like, man, it just went right back to it. So then I opened it up a bit, still always waiting for great entries. And I've done a bit better. And this week was opening it up. So that's been great.
So ES has popped the initial balance. So the downside now is coming back up. So if it manages to stay inside the initial balance, then we will have the failed auction. And then 4410 is on the cards there because that's your failed auction setup, the other side of initial balance. So it's still on. Like the setup for me would be still on.
Yep.
These ones are frustrating, Andre. I had that I had these 2 weeks ago where every time I got stopped out, it did rippers like this. I mean,
I had one in DAX about 3 weeks ago where I did a trade and it stopped me out literally to the tick, and then it reversed. And it's like,
there's nothing more painful, right? That's when the love-hate business turns into hate. You're like, you got this game, like it's just to the T. To the T.
To the T. Not going to
50-50 on the tilt.
You got
everybody. 50-50 on the tilt. Saying nothing. Back up here on the NASDAQ. Look at the S&Ps.
I'm looking straight at them right now, man.
Yeah, right.
I'm looking right at them.
Wow, look at that stop run. Andre, I feel for you, buddy.
All good.
No, it's good. And you were walking me through and helping me kind of talk through. There it goes again. Look at this rally. Look at this rally. How many handles is this so far? 67, whatever, more. Sorry, not 67. 40 something. Or if you go to the low down here, I guess you are 60-ish almost. 5 minutes, all that. That's a pretty fast move to get 60 handles out of at NASDAQ.
Yep. Son of a
Well, that is.
How'd resets go?
We shut off.
Yeah, we're shut off. You want the number?
Sure.
1509.
1,500 people. Hell yeah, guys.
It's awesome.
That's pretty valuable. You said 4410, Deanna?
4410, yeah.
Yep.
Because this is all responsive activity the way I'm seeing it, because we're inside value still, and failed auctions are very common for the responsive activity days.
Return to settlement on the S&P. 50 period moving average on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is showing more strength.
It's definitely leading.
Yeah, it's definitely leading. Why does leading and lagging matter to know when it comes to like equities? I mean, I'm going to say the answer because they move similar, but like, go ahead, Deanna. What does that mean to you with a leader and a laggard?
So with the Nasdaq and ES, we always used to refer to them as the sisters. As I mean, I was in the. Well, no, it's because I my first apprenticeship was in Chicago. That's why I know all that. So yeah, and the reason why is because first of all, Nasdaq is much faster, more liquid than the ES. But sometimes you will have Nasdaq doing things up front. Now, the way I was looking at things when I was doing research on both of them is that S&P sort of gives you the level, and then Nasdaq, if it's leading, it gets there faster, if it makes sense. But it doesn't give you the signal that the move is definitely on until ES does its thing. However, there's a relationship between the two of them where sometimes ES will be the one leading, and other days NQ will be leading. And it depends on what's going on in the markets as well. But most of the time, it is because NQ is the thinner market. There's no doubt about that.
NQ is correct.
Because it's faster. Like it's more liquid, it's faster. But yeah, so it really depends. Sometimes if you have the earnings season, that will mean that Nasdaq will somewhat decouple from ES, and then ES will seem almost static, whereas NQ will be going crazy. But yeah, it's just a relationship between the two. I'm not really an equities trader. Like I've traded ES and NQ, but I consider myself a crude oil trader. So maybe you guys can explain it a bit better.
No, I think you did spot on.
Spot on. Hopefully that's another note-taking bit of information. We had a lot of great little bits of information. That's great for rookies to veterans to traders alike. It's just always a good reminder. Like reading a Dr. Phil self-help book.
You know who Dr. Phil is?
Yes. I've been to the States enough to catch the show. Yeah.
Our gift to the world, Dr. Phil.
Yes.
Yeah, my mom had it sitting by like the hot tub in a room, or it's a jacuzzi in a room one time. And I'm like, she must read this. This first time I ever read a self-help book. It does help. But then I moved on to like The Road Less Traveled by Scott Peck. That was a great one. I worked as a trading psychologist, and I really cared about understanding my emotions, understanding things around me, my behaviors, and all that. Because if I get that better and better, then your quality of life just keeps increasing. Absolutely.
I mean, I think that being a trader has a lot to do with your spiritual side. I know it seems counterintuitive, but you learn so much about yourself. And if you shy away from that, and if you're just clicking buttons and hoping that things will just work out, it's not how it works. Like you actually have to better yourself as a human to be better at trading. So go read those self-help books.
Just not Dr. Phil. Not that guy.
Just not Dr. Phil.
He's a weirdo, man.
There are better things out there.
He's a weirdo.
Oh, it's good TV, though.
Yep. Oh, that it is. They know that.
Yeah.
It's one thing you got to remember. It's all about you. You're the one pulling the strings. You're the one pushing the buttons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and some people find that difficult to have that kind of responsibility to stop making excuses. Oh, it's the market. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's the conflict. Oh, it's that. No, it's you. Like very simple.
Well, so what do they say?
That, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I just said take that responsibility and just say it's not the market. It is me. Let me see how I can do better.
The old country line is when people. It's easier to point at a person and blame them, but just remember you got three fingers pointing back at you.
Hey.
That's a good one. Yeah.
You got anything in tilt?
50-50 on all of them. The sisters and the cousin Crude, cousin. Eddie, I'd say cousin Eddie, but I don't want any. But that's from National Lampoons. Cousin Eddie, he was hilarious.
Mm-hmm. So the servers worked pretty well then this time.
Until they didn't.
So we broke the internet again.
We broke the internet. No one can break the internet like Topstep, man.
Oh, yeah. Daily.
Good stuff.
So next week we might change it up a little bit. You got to probably bring a friend though. talk to the neighbor.
Agree.
Yeah, talk to the neighbor. You both mow the lawn next to each other or whatever. Look at him, give him a little head nod and say, come here. And say, check this stuff out. Let's talk shop while we're out here raking the leaves.
Yep.
I know I like to do it. I've been talking shop with Andre since 2009.
Yeah, long time.
Talking shop with Deanna, and I'm loving it.
She's the most interesting person here.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Thank
Get her
you.
8
Thank
dogs.
you. Maybe. Yeah, 8 dogs. Yeah. What's the most interesting thing about Deanna? She's got 8 dogs.
Never heard that before. Okay, so we had the bounce off the 50 on the NASDAQ.
Yep.
The NASDAQ seemed, we talked about it being stronger today, remember? And the 50 held up. You guys can have your own. I mean, you can even go to like, I'll raise it up. You can go, hey, trend line traders. You can go, hey, well, from here to here, did it hold up?
What is what's the interval on that chart? Is that daily? What is that?
Oh, hold on. Why did I put that in there? That is 30 minute.
30? Okay.
All right, go back to here. Just trend line traders. I don't get caught up in too much technical analysis, but I heard about majority rule, and you could be like, hey, around here, this whole thing, sure, that's a trend line, broke through it a little bit, but like I always heard trend lines are majority rule. So if you could do that one, sorry, don't judge me by my stupid line right there. Or you're like one of these folks that do this. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't get lost in that. My one good friend Andre said it's astrology for traders. That's what he was knocking me about. But I find value in them when it comes to levels that the market couldn't go through, that then comes and retests. Trend lines are interesting. I just don't hold it as a higher indicator than any other indicator I'm looking at.
They can be helpful, but my real breakthrough in my results came when I started looking at the markets horizontally rather than vertically. Like everything seemed much clearer. But yeah, I mean, trend lines could work, especially if you're, long-term trading, like from the daily. I mean, long-term in my my terms. So if you're looking at a daily chart or something, yeah, there could be a channel, or as John likes to say, Dan'l, because Dan uses channels, doesn't he? Right, failed auction on ES in full swing, and NASDAQ leading the way. But to me, ES would have been the more obvious one because we had the settlement, we had the overnight demand. So yeah. See, many times when I still traded NASDAQ, and I still do every so often when I can be bothered, but with ES, I would use ES as my benchmark for levels, and then I would effectively use NASDAQ as my vehicle to get more moves in a shorter time frame. Do you ever do that, Michael?
No.
Yeah. I mean, I've been focusing on the NASDAQ for too long, but yeah, similar.
Andre, you?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading the chat. People are being mean to me. Like, what the? Oh. Sorry, I gotta quit reading that shit. Yes, of course. I got back. I'm long again.
Mm-hmm. From where?
44 quarters.
Oh, 4,400.
Correct, just about.
All right.
All right, if it doesn't work.
I don't feel ES is the leader. Is ES the leader? No.
No, I just use it as benchmark for levels.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deanna, in the chat, somebody's saying ES is the leader. Is it buy pullback time? Is it range bound? Or is it sell the tip? Can we put a pull out there? Buy the pullbacks, stays in a range, or sell the tips for a end of the day. What's the play? Buy pullbacks.
Yep.
Market ranges. Stays in a range, sideways, or sell tips, which means it's going to trend higher, it's going to go sideways, or it's going to trend lower by the end of the day. Now we're going to put a poll, guys. You don't have to waste your time answering. We're writing it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, look at this 30-minute on the S&P. This is called a quiet day.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always quiet at this time of day.
That's true.
On equities, they always liven up in those last couple of hours.
Right?
That's why I don't like trading them before then. I always find it like, oh, you're in a position, you're like, come on, what is happening? Move.
And then you start
so many times.
Yeah, then you start perceiving things that aren't there, and then you're like, "Oh, this is gonna,"
Start imagining things. Yeah. And then should I exit? Maybe not. Or maybe I should exit. And then you exit, and it shoots up, and you're like,
"Yep."
All of that is a normal part of trading, guys. You have to learn how to chill. So just breathe through it. I use box breathing, which is like you breathe in for 4, you stop breathing for 4, breathe out for 4, and then you stop breathing again, and just keep doing that.
That's an old military thing here in the States that they talk about to help you get to sleep. I do it at night. I go 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
4 on the breathe in, 5 on the hold, 6 on the push out. And then you do that, and the next thing you know, you're in a deep sleep. That's kind of my little.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of yoga nidra before sleep. It's not a yoga, like you don't stretch. You're actually in bed, and you're just kind of very aware of how comfortable you are and trying to get more comfortable. And then you do a short breathing thing, and you're out. And you're like, it's so restful. It's made a massive difference to my quality of sleep.
Do you know Wim Hof? I know.
Yes, Wim Hof. Yeah, but he's very, very dynamic. He's trying to oxygenate your body so that you don't have to breathe for a while, so that you can like go and dip yourself in an ice tub or something,
or hang out meditating in the Arctic or something.
Yeah, exactly. But yoga nidra is just literally to relax fully. Because I used to have problems going to sleep. I was always an insomniac. Like I wouldn't go to bed till like 4 a.m. no matter how tired I was.
Oh, really?
That
tough.
stinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been tossing and turning lately. Don't know why.
It's the fire drill.
Start exercising. I mean, I have finished 2 cups of coffee a day, and then I'm trading, and then I'm in meetings the rest of the day.
Yeah, so you're probably quite wired by the end of the day still.
Well, then the end of the day really starts when I get home and I got three kids under 5.
Madness, yeah.
Madness.
Yeah, I've got 8 dogs. We've got similar.
I got no dogs and no kids.
Yeah, Deanna, one time when I first had my first boy, I remember because I've had 4 dogs prior. I'm like, it's just like raising a puppy. And this guy goes, no, it's not. After a little while, I'm like, you're wrong. It's like, it's kind of like, you kind of guide them a little bit. Not totally. You don't put a bowl out there in the kitchen.
Yeah, I think it's up to a certain age because my sister had a kid where we were living together at that same time. And for 2 years, we lived with her baby. Like my niece is now like 25, but she was with me for a long time. And I think that's one of the reasons why I never had kids, because I saw how constant it is. But you are right. Up until a certain point, there is a similarity between puppies and children.
Yeah, there's a certain level of like trying to keep them alive.
I actually have a colleague who said, having kids, because he's got like 3 kids as well. So he's like, oh yeah, having kids is kind of like having a dog who then learns how to talk.
And walk upright.
And walk and run.
And then have you pay for their college tuition and then sneak out of the house.
Yeah, and don't leave until they're 40. There's that as well.
But here's another funny lie that I learned about dogs. Dogs are the only thing that the later you get home, the happier they are.
That's true.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I get attacked every time I come into the house. That's like as if they haven't seen me like for a million years. And sometimes I'm just like out there, like, I don't know, gathering leaves or something, whatever. Just cleaning the front. 5 minutes. I come back and they're like, "You're back. We love you." It's like, what's the matter with you guys?
Yeah, it is. It's such a joy to get home and somebody's happy to see you. Oh, yeah.
I got a quick question.
Well, there he is. There's Eddie.
Hey, Eddie.
It's me. It's Ernest T. How are you guys? This question's coming up here. explain how you guys and girls are looking for strong levels. What are you looking for as far as entry points?
Who's going to go?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
For me, I started with supply and demand on larger time frames. That was the first ever strategy that I started using, and that made a huge difference because there were actual levels that you can see on the chart where the previous strong buyers and sellers came in. And that worked for me for about 5 years as like a swing trader, but I wanted more. I really wanted to become an intraday trader. So I turned to kind of average daily range levels, and that partially worked, but it wasn't quite enough. So I had a lot of challenges trying to apply the supply and demand from large time frames on a low time frame. And then I went for the apprenticeship where I, for the first time, heard about volume profile, and that got me onto the market profile later on. So for me, it's very important to have some kind of an actual perceived, observed area that consistently works, something that you can repeatedly rely on to a very high accuracy, if you will. And it's not accuracy of your trading, it's the accuracy of the actual market event. So
What do you mean by that?
you can,
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
you can use any level that you want, but if you can't really find that level working more than about 30% in a 2-year period, that's not a very good level,
No,
right?
gotcha.
So, for example, for me, I only pick levels that I've observed they work at a rate of at least 56 to 60% of the time or higher as some kind of orientation points, either for trading through them or trading a reversal from them. And for me, traditionally, that's been the outer edges of value, the edge of initial balance range, and the average daily and session ranges. Like those are the strongest levels for me ever. So how did I come up with them? I didn't come up with them. Other people who are much more intelligent than me came up with them. We had, what was his name? Peter Steidelmeier, and then we had Jim Dalton.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Jim Dalton popularized it.
Yep.
And I learned the whole market profile from your own John Hoagland. You know, I was one of the students in the market profile lab. But before that, I already knew about volume profile, so I was already using parts of it. But then when I came to learn from John, it was like a whole different world that opened up. And since then, I've been just throwing away everything else that is not that strong, because we're talking events that happen like 60 to 80% of the time, nearly every single day. That's like very, very frequent.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So for me, that's a strong level, something that occurs with a very high degree of frequency in at least a 2-year sample size. So if you look at 500 trading days, how often does this level get hit, and how often do you get the expected behavior around it?
Deanna, we're hearing that you're a classic European. Numbers and cycles, numbers and cycles.
Is that classic European?
That's what I thought. I'm like,
Yeah, I don't know about that.
yeah.
Yeah. And cycles, I don't really subscribe to cycles much. Do you guys? I don't know. I've never really
What do you
found
mean
any.
by cycles?
I think things are cyclical, you know.
Cyclical.
I mean,
It's cyclical.
Cyclical.
that's what I say.
Something.
I come up with words every now and then, Deanna. You'll quickly get that and be like,
So
oh.
do I, but usually when I try and speak Serbian after I haven't spoken Serbian for 23 years, every time I go see my mom, I say so many stupid things, and she just looks at me and goes, well, you're almost there.
Oh.
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Bob.
So you're Serbian, huh?
Yeah, I'm a mix of things. I mean, I think anybody who is from Serbia can't really say that they're just Serbian, because it's such a huge melting pot of everything. And I'm actually Serbian, Southern Italian, and Greek.
Okay.
Do you know your split percentage-wise?
I could guess. I'm probably about 50% Serbian. Probably about 40% Italian, and maybe the rest of it Greek.
So, Michael, that's a super American question. I think Americans are more into the what percent of what are you?
Yeah, Europeans, we don't know what we are. We're just like, meh.
So, Deanna, if you open up a restaurant, it'd probably be the best restaurant on the planet.
I think you'll find maybe not, because most of the foods in that region are very Turkish. Because we had like Turks for like Osman Turks for 700 years. So all of our Serbian food, it's really just Turkish food.
I like turkey.
I like turkey too. Yeah. Very warm, beautiful. And actually it's so modern. I was shocked when I went to visit. It's very modern. It's not what I imagined at all.
Is that the same experience you've had with Turkey, Eddie? Because Deanna, he was talking about something else. Thanksgiving.
We've got 600 votes on this poll. What's the play going into the close? Well, we've got 44%. Good old Hank Aaron number. Buying the pullback, playing the range 32. That's a good old O.J. Simpson number, 32%, and selling the tips 24. Jeff Gordon. Selling the tips 24%.
Okay, cool. Well, now we know.
This market is just not want to go anywhere.
Ooh, Andy's back. Andy, you did the damn lowercase again.
What'd he say?
Look what you started.
Yeah, I know. I know. Now I'm going to be upset on that all over the internet. Fire drill, Andy. Did you get it?
Andy's here.
I want my socks.
I know. We're still working out the logistics there.
What are they?
Well, it's coming out to be like $30 just to send a $9 socks, but we're figuring out. No, we're gonna do it. I want to be known as some weird thing that we give away.
Weird.
Like a pair of slippers or something.
What was that?
I said give away a pair of slippers or something.
I do have slippers in here when I do
Yeah?
it, but they're not Topstep yet. Yeah, I come in here and I put slippers on.
I'm telling you, leggings. Some leggings.
Not my cup of tea, Eddie.
Well, not for you. Come on. We've got a lot of lady traders. It's getting, in some parts of the world, it's getting colder. You know, something that...
Do Topstep fitness gear, fitness clothes.
Right?
You can have leggings there. Yeah.
Lulu.
There you go. Okay. We have a quick return to settlement. Quick return to settlement. That was fast, guys.
Yeah, it was.
Now we're back to return to settlement on the S&Ps. Well, NASDAQ tried to bring up S&Ps along for the upside elevator ride. Now it's pulling back. A lot of them pulling back. You could have 83s-ish up there, the old high that it made. Deanna, what does that tell you when we made a high and then we came up to test it, but then right when we got close, we pulled back hard?
Responsive activity. Because NASDAQ is still inside that initial balance. It has not exited yet. And that means that it will try to use the session highs and lows as the turning points. This is one of the times where maybe something like a second standard deviation as a zone would be a good strategy to have, just for like a better trade location so that you don't get involved in the middles of the middle. So instead, you would be looking for those asymmetrical opportunities that I was talking about earlier. And it would give you a concrete trade location on a day when we are trading in a range.
Yes, we are.
Yep. So the range traders, what percentage was that, Eddie? Sounds like what Deanna's saying and how it's setting up thus far, very early, not even an hour.
It was about
2 hours.
32% that did.
32. Okay.
We're getting close to 700 votes. Still the same, 44, 32, 24. Pullbacks, 44. Play the range, 32. Sell the tips, 24.
Wow, look at this pullback. This is nice.
Is this a pullback or are we breaking?
I don't know. 24% of people said sell the tips. So minority usually always, usually in my experience, is the tougher trade to recognize. And so I always look to the folks smaller number of folks that look at that direction or have that bias. And speaking of bias, it's 55-45 to the long side, 50-50 roughly in the NASDAQ.
We got JD talking about crude. Closing the gap.
Cool.
Closing the gap. Okay, cool. All right, so you got the 50-period moving average on the NASDAQ. If you look right here, And I'll raise it or make it bigger. It touched, and now it's pulling back. Hasn't come to the 50 Perry moving average or settlement. As you can tell, it touched settlement. We'll look at S&P now. S&P try to break their settlement. 50-50. 50 breakthrough, 50 breakthrough settlement.
Yeah.
No new highs, no new overnight highs, or yes, it did a little bit. What's your read? I guess we already talked about that.
Don't have a read. Yeah, I've got nothing right now. We got to break out of this range.
Just a little friendly reminder here in about under an hour, we're going to have FOMC member Bostic speaking. We also do have at 12 o'clock high noon Central Time, Chicago time, 10-year note auction, and then at 1 o'clock FOMC meeting minutes. And then later on around the close, we will see our weekly crude stock API number coming out. There's bugs.
Wait.
Everybody's concentrating.
We can do the.
I am looking at this pullback. It's an interesting pullback.
Do we want to
Okay,
do the
what
top
levels do we have down here?
Yeah, we can do that if you'd like.
See anything?
I don't have any levels. Deanna, what levels are can you help me out with any levels down here in the NASDAQ?
I don't have anything else right now. I have the VWAP from London. I like to run it from the active London session. So we're touching that, and obviously before we popped from here, so there is some newly formed demand. But again, because we're still inside the initial bounce, that doesn't have to mean much. I would like to see NASDAQ back at settlement to kind of catch up with whatever ES has done already. And then maybe I'll have a level, but for now, I don't have any levels here. I still have that level up top, 15410, but we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. You know, we banged on the ceiling a few enough times that I'd be really curious to see if this pullback right here firms up. Because we stay range bound, it goes back to the high of the range and gives it a little head fake or continuation. Because I mean, yesterday's rally had a big sell off. Today, I don't know, what did it do
today?
I mean, it's just been range bound. I mean, but it's made higher highs or higher lows, I should say, higher lows. So that's technically right, Deanna. With higher lows and not really higher highs, that's kind of consolidation or squeezing itself.
I would probably say it's more of a squeeze rather than anything, because a higher low per se means that you failed to go further down. So if anything, it would be a signal that we might have more upside. And again, we have this demand here right at VWAP, so if it gives a bounce, then we'll be right back up there. So yeah, again, ES and NQ, they're looking a bit decoupled at the moment.
Yes, they are. Got to quit looking at them.
Ghost T, yeah, I'm seeing. Thanks for the share. That's good.
Are they seeing anything in the chat?
Just we're inside value, inside initial balance. Nothing really to do here.
Yeah, difficult day so far.
What do you mean? You're up money?
No, it's for I mean, just generally for
yeah.
Not for crude oil. Crude oil is behaving itself very nicely today.
I'd have a little bit of a, I don't know, FOMO or kind of a negative attitude if I was down money today, and the window of opportunity still, it feels like it keeps closing, and then it may stay in this range.
Yep, that's where I'm at right now. I'm just trying to stay level-headed about it. Oh, well.
Yeah. Opportunity-making machine, this market is.
Yeah. Trade for tomorrow, right?
Always trade for tomorrow. Some days it's great opportunities providing you. Some days it's like, I don't know. I mean, like maybe you don't read it, or maybe the opportunity isn't quite there of what you're used to or fits within your trading plan.
But also we have to, again, have a look at some stats. I mean, whenever I look at NQ and ES, they typically have about 54 to 56% of ranging days. So, yeah, it's an interesting piece
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So, if we're always looking for some crazy momentums that lead the initial balance, that keep going, it's not going to be the moneymaker there. So we have to learn how to take advantage of these ranging days, non-trend days, they're called in market profile.
Now, non-trend days, would you say that's when the technicals and levels carry more significance in range trades or more trend?
Yeah, so non-trend means that the initial balance has not been popped to either side. So you just stay range bound inside that first hour of trading.
Yep.
If it exits the initial balance, and even if it comes back to it, that's actually a better choice, because that means the other time frame participants have stepped in. Otherwise, it's just the locals making the moves, and that's why you see these bounces from the top of the range to the bottom of the range. They're back to the top, then back to the bottom, and it can be quite predictable. But if you're not trading it from like a very low time frame, it can be very difficult to get a good enough entry that will have enough profit margin in there for you. Mm-hmm. And typically what I like to do, I stay away from any middles. Like I don't want to get involved in the middle of the day, middle of the range, if I see a day like this. So typically I will wait for the very top of the range or very bottom of the range and then see if there's a reversal or reaction. This is where a dome might come in handy, because you might see some orders stacked there already.
Right.
And that can provide you with a more accurate area where you might want to pop in a position, but certainly not in the middle of the range. That's quite possibly the worst thing you can do on a non-trend day. Do
you guys hear that?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a fire alarm. Swear to God. They're testing a fire alarm. Swear to God. If it starts again, I'm going to go on mute.
Yeah, they do that in every town here. I think I got one in about 4 minutes here.
Oh, you do? Really?
Yeah, the town's sort of...
Go out there and throw your mic and just let us all understand.
Run down the block. Say, everybody hide. Or just yell. I better not say it.
Don't.
So are you guys glad? And Deanna, this again is one of the reasons why we did Topstep TV. It just, these type of markets right now, I could definitely see myself if I'm just sitting in here listening to the fan on my tower. I'm probably over trading. You have to be wildly disciplined, wildly in tune with your emotions to be able to really manage your behaviors in a way that doesn't put you in a bad spot. And that's why I like talking to you. I like talking to Andre. I like jumping in here, and I like the folks in the chat. Hopefully this does help everybody in the chat. Because I mean, some people will be like, well, you guys, I hear you talking all the time. It's annoying. But at the same time, like, good trading is like watching paint dry. So like,
well, wouldn't it be more annoying if we said nothing, though? Just like people tune in and we're all just like...
You want to try it for 15 minutes? That awkward silence. Be like, I just joined this thing and what's going on?
Yeah, just everybody's just silent, just looking at the charts intently.
I was thinking about before opening call, and everybody join opening call. It's 30 minutes before the market opens. Yeah. 30 minutes before that, we know enough meditation people, I'm sure, between all of us to get them to share their screen and put a meditation seminar or session on. I don't know. I know a lot of traders that do.
Hey, Michael, remember back when Topstep, when we had the big office over on Jefferson, we'd do meditation at lunch?
I know. It cost us a ton of money. I'm like, yeah, 50 people. They're all meditating. And I'm like,
it's good for morale, dude.
No food, just meditation.
Yeah. They turn up the heat throughout the whole place.
We only had a few people in the office at one point, but I tried doing the meditation thing. Everybody was just laughing throughout it. And I'm like, guys, come on, shut up for like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, I'm breathing. Yeah, I'm breathing too. And then it was useless.
What do you think would be more annoying to them, Deanna, doing that or bringing in your 8 dogs on
Well, I do bring on my dogs on the channel. They seem to get more views than me.
Go figure.
Some
haters, sport
Instagram.
dogs.
Yeah. Exactly.
They all have to come wherever I go.
I mean, I do have 3 of them in here. One of them is
Let's see one.
snoring right to my
Yeah, I want to see one.
Yeah.
Let's see one.
Show us your favorite.
I'm not. Well, there is my favorite here. I call her Grogu, from The Mandalorian, because she's got ears and stuff. Let me see if I can wake her up.
Yeah, Deanna, that's one thing you can't do with kids, because if I say you're,
Deion Sanders ranks his kids.
I know he does. It's hilarious. He's like,
It's hilarious.
Foreman names his kids all George.
He does.
George Foreman. Yeah.
I'm trying to get one, but I took her out for like a 50-minute run out. So, and she's got an overbite. I love that dog. So she's very cute, but she's very sleepy. So I said, "Come here," and she just looked at me.
Not right now, Mom.
You know what? Next time, let's plan it.
I'll plan it next time. Yeah, next time. Yeah.
We will do that. And well, Deanna, thank you very much for being with us here. I'm giving you the rest of the day.
Oh, is that it?
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. I'm gonna miss you guys.
Bye. That was fun.
You had a great time.
Deanna.
Yeah.
Nice trading today, too, by the way.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very nice to have you, Deanna. You have a great rest of the week. And we'll see you
Likewise.
next week.
Yep. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right. Deanna.
Okay.
I know a lot of us enjoy her knowledge. She's got some good stuff, I'm telling
Great.
you.
She's great. She needs to be a regular around here.
Yeah.
All right. Jack, you got something for us here? We've got Mick coming up here very shortly, but Jack, what do you got? We got the funded traders. Is that what we got?
Indeed, we do.
Ooh. Time for some top 5 funded P&L.
Damn.
Okay. Daryl, look at this number. 43,000. Is that a typo? No. Wow. 43,120. Alejandro, 27,000. We got with 25K. Odette, 18. And Matthew B with 18 also on the XFA.
Yes, these are the top XFA funded. Mick will give us an update on the live traders when he
Mick
comes
will.
on at
Okay.
10:45.
Yeah, it's just top 5 numbers are just for this week. Okay.
And then Mick's
Thank
going to
you,
bring the
JD.
same chart on here with live folks. Is that the goal?
I think that's the plan.
That'll be the plan.
Hopefully we can
I'll see
do
if I
that.
get
Sure.
info to him.
Yeah. All right, there you
Yeah,
go. Way
that
to go,
visual-
Gerald.
this visual's
43K.
great. So we're gonna have to ask him. I'm gonna make note of Daryl and make note of I forget who the other one was on if Mick and team are bringing any of them up to the live trading prop account, which Topstep has done for 13 years, and others that have showed up 6 weeks ago or a couple years ago that are in the same space do not do.
Let's put some good numbers together. I'm wondering where they sit on our streak day, our streak accounts, the winning streaks.
Right?
We saw streaks already, right?
We did those already, right?
17.
We had 22 is our number now,
That's impressive.
but we have.
month.
I guess yesterday that didn't happen, so 17 is now the number 1 spot.
Well, 22 out of 23 days ain't bad.
So Eddie, 22 is our high water mark.
That's the watermark. That's what I was thinking of. Yes, sir.
If somebody beats that, there needs to be some little celebration.
I think 22 is, God, you should celebrate with that. I mean, with all the trade reports I've seen, that's a rarity,
Yeah, that many winning days. My best one, and we were all going forward in the trading pit, was 21. But you remember Cedar?
Oh, yes. He would always sit right below you, and he'd always sit down. Cedar, yes, CDR.
Sit down. But Chuck, what are you doing? I'm like, dude, here's 5.
Oh,
yeah, but he was an excellent trader. He was better.
Yeah, he was. He was probably one of the better traders in the pit there. The thing is, though, those guys were cool that were around us.
Oh, hell yeah. I still chat with a few of them. Hey, did you know? I don't know if you knew. Did you know what happened to Opie in the pit? OPE.
You were telling me that he had bought some stocks and forgot about it.
He had bought like Apple in like 07 or 6 or something. Forgot about it with that broker. You know, he had like, I don't know, 2,000 or something like that. I don't know what it was, but it probably was more than that. But it was enough that by the time he looked at the account, God damn, sorry.
What'd you miss?
By the time he found out he had the account, there was $1.1 million or $1.05 million or something like that in the account. And he's called me up. He's like, "Yeah, I'm a millionaire." And I'm like, you know, he was a clerk. He was a clerk on the trading floor. Ew. And cool cat.
Probably one of the best clerks.
Yeah, forgot. I don't know how much he had to have to get to $1 million in 14 years of holding Apple.
He was the master at sneaking in beef sandwiches.
Did he have
on the trading floor? He'd put him in his sock and be like, "You want a beef sandwich?" I'd be like, "I'll pass."
Put the sandwich in his sock. Yeah, exactly.
You can keep this one.
Oh yeah.
We got to get him on here.
Yeah, we should do that. Bring us some old personalities from the pit.
Danny, remember Danny?
Tell some stories like that.
Danny, our golf buddy.
I think the people would like that, right? I don't know.
Danny Walsh.
Find it cool.
Danny Walsh.
Yeah, to tell a floor story, that'd be great. Now, Opie has a very foul mouth. It's very, you don't know he's cussing while he tells a story. So you're like, oh, geez, he just said, because she tells such a just blends in with his conversation. So we might put this on major delay and then have the beeper.
The thing is, you're probably wondering why we called him Opie. Well, if you ever watched Mayberry RFD or the Andy Griffith Show, or if you know who Ron Howard is, he looked just like him. Yes, Opie.
Yeah, he did.
That's wild.
Gosh, flashback Wednesday.
Something to pass the time in these slow ass markets.
It's good. It's every once in a while to sort of take that trip back in the past. You know.
Yeah.
We are wandering back into the past. Well, he looks like our Crude. Crude turned. Deanna logs off, and Crude makes a different move now. Back very close to the 84s. I tell you, S&P likes that settlement line. 43.91.50. Didn't go through it too much. It's sort of hanging around there.
What else we got today? We got Bostic at 11:15. FOMC
coming up here in a little bit. We got Mick. Mick's going to be here with us with shoulder tap. Hopefully, he's not tapping you on the shoulder. Also, we've got our top quiz, Jack, and I think we're going to have either maybe Bonnie or Danielle, either or maybe both. I don't know. And don't forget group coaching with Coach Dakota. He's going to be with us here. He was here with us Monday. And to be with us here today again, I think it's going to be maybe a part 2. And looking forward tomorrow, group coaching with our good friend Jack Doherty. Yes. So let's keep that in mind. And don't forget, traders, if you're trading crude, we will have the API later out today. Not going to affect the crude here now, but we also got a 10-year note auction coming up here at 12 o'clock. Bostic speaking in about 36 minutes.
Yep.
Let's see, what else? I think that might be it. Just watching the news. And another thing, too, if you're in chat and you're watching a news service or you've got the wire running, if you do see something that you think is important, share it with us. Share it with the community here. I'm not seeing everything. I mean, I only got 2 eyes and just a few tabs open, but
you're gonna say just a few ears.
I got a bunch of toes, but those don't help at all. But yeah, if you got something that you want to share, please put it in the chat room. As a team, we are a team here.
Speaking of team, what are you guys seeing down here? Looking to make new lows in the S&P is what I see. This would be new overnight lows or even day lows, day time frame lows. The NASDAQ is back on that 50. We've banged on it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 since settlement.
The 9150, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Tilt 50-50.
Wow.
If anything, it's a little more short on a 60-40 NASDAQ short.
You know, we hit, what did we hit earlier today? 88.5.
Yep.
Is that where we are right now? And so now we hit that earlier today on the overnight session. And it pulled back again. And we said, I don't know. I don't know. If I were to put a trade on here, I'd like to look long here.
And yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I got to see some confirmation. Something's got to.
I mean, that settlement 9150 has been holding up overnight into today. There's something magical about that line.
I actually want to get short. Andre, we want to fade each other?
No, not right now.
What, you wanted to get long? I want to get short.
I don't know what I want to get right now, dude.
All right.
It does feel like they keep banging on it, trying to test it.
If you bang on a 50, if you bang on a level enough times,
I see that.
Yeah, Bobby Sutton, that was a good trade. If you did catch that bottom.
Jack, who's ever on the whatever, I'm short from 05 half, just a one lot. If you bang on a 50 enough times, you're gonna.
There's some stops underneath there too.
There's some stops underneath there. All the folks that got long down there thinking they're such great entries. Market test.
305 half. You're short.
308 half.
Okay.
One lot. I'll keep this one light and tight. It's trying. There's a push through.
How much you up today?
Down in the corner, 870. I'm in it. Yeah.
I don't see it. Oh.
If it comes back up here and tests anything, I'm probably going to get out. This is just a quick. It's banging on the 50.
I know what
the 50s hold. Yeah, with the 50s hold. So far, no.
Hidden gem. This is where the bull's pain is, right here. It is. Play. That's kind of the player betting on.
Yeah, also down here a little bit further too, because again, you have all these folks right here. Watch my 30. You have all these folks right here that thought they had great entries, which they did, but then if they didn't take profits up here, then they're now looking at their P&L coming back to scratch. We all know when your P&L comes back to scratch, it's frustrating, and then you can get a little dig your heels in the sand, so to speak, and not want to get out, and then your stops are getting run. Yeah, then your stops are getting run.
Short from 08 half.
08 half, yeah.
Probably should coattail you.
Oh, why don't you fade me?
Exact same trade.
Yeah, I'm in the money right now. You can say you didn't take the money, and then. No, I'm not telling you how to trade.
I'm not taking trades just for entertainment. Yeah, I'm trading ES. I'm trading ES. I'm not trading NQ.
Fairly few people in here think I'm an eternal trade, but I would say to them, do it.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find some people out there that want to fade you.
That's fine. That's totally. I mean, somebody just got long, possibly, or covered their shorts at my 08 half. I had to get short, and somebody had to lift my offer. It's not a crime.
There you go. Something like that. That's what you're looking for.
This is what I'm looking for. 08. It's only moved 10 handles and it dances. The 10-handle dance. 10-handle dance. So I'm up here, 08s. There's your 98s, 10 handles. 20 handles is down here at the 88s. 88s would probably return us to before settlement, but also this old low, 38. Low, Michael, 84. An old low is 84, right here, 84. Doing the dance. There's my entry. I use auto OCOs, everybody. This is order cancels order, but right when you get in, it puts your brackets in. You guys call them brackets.
What are brackets, Michael?
Brackets are where right when you get in, it automatically puts a stop and it automatically puts a profit target.
Yep. Smartest and safest way to trade.
Oh my God. Because instantly when you get a position on, you have those server sides. So if you get disconnected, power goes out, internet goes out, you have those in there. This is taking a bit. Have you ever, this is sometimes what I've done before, is if you're getting out early, you act like you're going to get out. Like right now, I'm like, okay, I'm going to get out right now. like I just covered. Yeah. Fake the market out, which doesn't even know me or care.
Oh, it knows. I fully agree. It knows.
Did you cover, Mike?
No, I did not. I will if it comes back to 08, but then also that's happened before it comes back to your entry, and then you're like, oh, I don't want to take it, and then next year it does. So here it is actually coming back to my entry. I will let this one play out a bit. Nothing on the tilt. Nothing except back on the 30-minute NASDAQ above 50. Is it going to do one of these that's like, all day long it's just going to ride the 50? I don't know.
Real quick here, we got Mick on deck, swinging the bat, getting ready to step up to the plate here. But I do know that some people are having issues with the free reset regarding Tradeovate didn't update. If you can, just go to our website and contact Wendy. You should have an answer there. It should be a quick fix, so that shouldn't take too long. But let's take a time out here, gentlemen.
Okay.
And we're going to get Mick for a shoulder tap.
Super.
Thank you. We'll be right back. Okay.
Andre's going to step away. I'll replace him with Eddie.
Run away.
Do I scare him away?
Mick, you
What's up,
shave.
Mick?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Well, you're going to grow a beard. You could probably grow a beard in about maybe 3-4 hours. I mean, really, like ZZ Top type, you know what I'm talking about?
Quick, but not that quick.
It took me grow this beard, I think, like a year. I mean, I trim it, yeah, but
I love the styling of it, Eddie. It looks good. You look good, man.
Thank
Hey,
you,
Eddie, you should do a mustache, because I'm going to do one as cheesy as I'm going to follow for Movember. And here we celebrate Movember for cancer survivors. Is that
That's
what it
right?
is?
You did that once before, didn't you, Michael? Just
My brother
1
had
year since I've known
my
you.
brother had he had cancer and fought it, and he's good.
God bless.
That's right. That's right.
Man, that's a bad disease.
Yeah. Well,
Takes way too many.
Yeah.
Still very shocked we haven't found a cure for it, but maybe we have in certain areas.
I'm going to say we probably did, and it's like the guy that found how to power a car with water. He disappeared, and that was never to be talked about again.
Yeah.
I mean, they would just
in line with that, I have my conspiracy theories about the whole cancer thing, to be honest with you.
I think so too. I think I'm with you on that, Mick.
All right, boys.
Let's keep moving.
Back on track. All right, let's get on track, guys.
Dr. Feelgood, come on in.
I've been so excited about this segment since yesterday. But before we get into the trading talk, Michael, I know you were talking about dogs. Hope you can see I moved. I got Cassius.
Oh,
We got Cassius in the house. We keep him framed over our kitchenette, his painting up there. But I moved him in the frame today because Cassius was such a good boy. I loved when you brought him into the office.
Oh, yeah. I'd keep dog biscuits in my desk
He was the biggest, sweetest, happy boy. Definitely miss him.
Yeah, big bull mastiff. I mean, teddy bear.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Drooling
He looked spooky.
machine.
Nobody would mess with you if you were walking him on the street, but he was sweet as could be.
So many people asked if he was a King Corso. I'm like, what? I don't know. It doesn't. No, it's a bull mastiff.
Well, let's get into it. I have. I kind of want to start out, and I don't know if production did anything for this, but we've been talking about Hugh over the last few weeks, from his good trading in his XFA to his transfer to live to now what has been wild success in the live account. So Hugh, I don't know what you guys have. I've got a card for Hugh drafted up, but let's talk about Hugh from France, Paris, France.
Well, here's what we'll do. I will show the top 5 live P&Ls balances right now.
Nice.
Be a little bit new.
Oh, we
shot
got
here.
those. Okay, the live ones.
Yeah. So give me one moment.
Yeah, this is current state live account balances. Our top 5 account balances in the live accounts. Does not include express funded.
All right.
Okay,
we're gonna start with a little blank screen here, but
oh,
then
somebody sneezed.
through the magic,
Cue some of the music, Eddie.
through the magic of graphics, we will show.
Oh, more bongos. There it, oh, live across the board.
God bless it.
Like Peter Frampton live. Hughes, is this the Hughes minus the extra U? Yes.
Yes.
HUG.
Missing the U there.
Same
That could be
guy.
my fault when I gave these to Jack.
That's all right. I'll tell you a vowel. I'll be Vanna here for a minute. But anyway, look at that number, folks. 101,000. Good golly. There you go.
Is that how much in payouts?
So this is his account balance. So Hugh made a little over $16,000 yesterday, bringing his account balance up to 101,950. Wow. He hadn't taken a payout yesterday until yesterday afternoon. We got a request from him. He's taken $50,000. So this is also not only a massive account balance, it's the biggest one-time request payout that we've ever had here at Topstep. Nice big round number, $50,000.
Yeah.
Hey, what trading combine did Hughes come from?
150K.
Okay. So he spent $149 to start.
149, yep.
That's your risk. That's his risk. I don't know how many times he reset or got back in, but let's just say you had a live account, or sorry, a personal brokerage account. Jack, I'm about ready to get stopped at. I'll let you know. Personal brokerage account. I mean, let's just say 5,000 into it. I see a lot of traders, and this is a common thread. I got a point here. The average trading account opens up at $10,000 and closes within 6 months. It's a rumor. I've heard it in personal brokerage, for active traders. So when you think about that, okay, this fire alarm keeps going. So if you think about that, I mean, Hughes came to Topstep and got himself into a great position, big profits. And this is what Topstep's really all about, and why we created the industry, is to give people a better position to have a low risk entry and great bridge into live trading. So
yeah, Hugh's been with us for since March of 2022. So almost a year now, and I can't recall I don't believe this is his first live account or first time he's been a funded trader of ours, but this time around he got off on the right foot, putting big numbers up right out of the gates. And I think one thing that's allowed him to grow his account this large is he's got five-figure winning days for $19,936, $29,831, $28,430, $28,141, and then yesterday's $16,662 winning day that brought him over the six-figure mark in his account, allowed him to take a $50,000 payout. But me mentioning him getting off on the right foot with these big winning days is, guess what his risk is on a daily basis? Now, he's in the 150K account size. He's got over six figures, so over 100,000 in his account. His biggest losing day is $3,000.
That's right. You mentioned that. That's right. He's very disciplined.
doesn't want to move it, wants to keep it there. Now, typically on his losing days, he goes right up against the 15,000. But if you remember me mentioning on Monday, this isn't even someone who's always trading their max position size. I came in on Monday morning, he was up a few $1,000s, and he had a one lot on. So he's trading anywhere from 1 to 15 contracts. And, this is just so exciting for me. Brett and I, we're high-fiving here in the office yesterday because we got him up to the live account. Cool. Actually, when we transferred him from his Express funded account to a live account, he had made 23,000 in the Express funded. So that's what his starting balance was in the live account. So he's made $80,000 just about in the live markets. That's taking money away from the other competitors in the market. So this is just really exciting. And then we had a quick stand up this morning with the team talking about his $50,000 payout request. And we're so pumped for that. Hugh, we're getting that wire transfer out to you today.
Right. Yeah, real quick in the YouTube, this is Leah saying, let's get him in an interview. The thing is, we've already tried that process. I think there's a language barrier. Is that what it is?
He's from Paris, France. We haven't gotten him on the phone. I did send him an email yesterday seeing if he wanted to come on for an interview. I'd also love to have him come on, and this would be super sweet, is if he wanted to come on and maybe do a screen share and show some of his trades similar to the other guys on TopstepTV. That would be really exciting for us and really exciting for our viewers to follow someone that is knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
I would want to watch him put on positions, talk his positions out. Well, more than me, I'd like to have him do that, just because it's another great learning experience to see through the lens and the perspective of a trader. Just consistently putting it up. That's value and information.
Yeah, right. Michael, I just noticed your hoodie. I'm going to tell Hugh he should come fly into Chicago and hit up Bird's Nest and get some of the best wings in the city.
Really? It's a chicken place, huh? It's
Bird's Nest wants to sponsor this TopstepTV too. I'm always up for a Bird's Nest trip.
Yeah, it's a dive bar, Eddie, and I already offered them to pay for the whole redo their men's bathroom to put Topstep in there. There's so many millennials that go to this thing. I'm like, I'll buy the advertising for the bathroom.
That is the smallest bathroom to kind of cram into as well.
It'll be right in your face.
Yeah, like a Dixie cup for a urinal.
Pictures of beer and wings.
Hey, real quick, that picture of the Eiffel Tower? Did you know the gentleman that built it? I mean, you don't know him, but he actually secretly built a room for himself and his guests in the Eiffel Tower. I think it's on the very top. Well, like a hotel room. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be quite the view. I haven't been to Paris. It's on the bucket list.
All right, let's go. Let's go, Mick. You and me.
But speaking of geographics, we've got another trader, Jiraj, out of Slovakia that has been trading very, very well. The three featured traders that I have today, one, Hugh, live account. We've got Jiraj, got transferred from an XFA to a live account yesterday. And then we have someone else who is trading in an XFA that we'll get to after Jiraj. So Jiraj, I really, really like this trader. That's why we called him up. Average daily P&L on the lower side, 278. They have 88% winning days. Taking 5,000 in payouts from their Express funded account. As a reminder, once you're a funded trader of ours and you have 5 winning days over $200 or more, whether you're in an Express funded account or a live account, you can take payouts after you meet those 5 days of 200 or more.
And then 100% of that after 30 days.
And then 100% after 30 days.
If you want to walk after 30 days, go take all that, open up a personal brokerage account. We support and congratulate you for taking that nice step with a cushion to go open up your own personal brokerage account. But until then, Mick, we want to keep them at the live level or at the funded level because that's what you've earned. And that's why we have that. Also, the cushion.
Absolutely. We at Topstep want everybody to follow their own trading journey. We're happy we can be a part of it. Right. We do need good traders. And, Brett and I are really happy to be calling Jiraj up because this performance looks very good. One notable thing here, and I've got it listed, 17 trading days. That's how many days he traded in his XFA, the Express Funded account, before we called him up to live, only at his daily loss limit once. So he's also very good, like Hugh, at managing that downside risk.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
And
got a few questions in here really quick, just because I want to cover it. It's 30 winning days greater than 200, and it's also XFA and live account. They're both at the funded level, but the XFA is a sim funded level where your data, your trades inform our trades. We do manage and take positions based upon the data that we receive. Your data is more valuable than the trading combine folks, just because you've pre-qualified yourself as a trader is very in tune with that market state. When you trade really well in that XFA, you'll get a call from our trading or risk managers, and they're going to be like, "Hey, we love how you're trading. We want you on the prop account." That's how we manage risk at the funded level, and it doesn't matter your financial opportunity, compensation, or whatever is the same whether you're at XFA and live. And we never leave great traders on sim accounts.
That's right.
So we want our goal, and since we've been doing this for 13 years, is if you're kicking ass, we want you feeling and being and continue showing that you're a professional trader.
Yep. Come join the prop firm. It's the best of our best traders.
Yeah. Jack, I got stopped out at 28. Highs was 30. It's back down to roughly my entry. Just a heads up.
Hey, Mick.
No.
Okay. All right.
What's up,
I'll ask
Eddie?
this question when I guess I got to ask it now. Can you get average losing days for some of these funded traders, these live funded traders? I want to know
like
the
that.
win day,
Yeah.
win day versus the lose day.
Oh, yeah.
What those are.
Remind me about that when the production's over. I'll try and keep track of that.
All right, thank you,
Yeah,
Dutchie.
we should do that. I like that because the average losing days, I talk about the downside risk and people who have managed it well. I've talked about people who hit their daily loss limit all the time. That's a good metric to look at. And also it gives you a little insight into these traders' trade locations. If you're consistently seeing a P&L low that's not that bad, or an average daily P&L low that's not that bad, it probably tells you they've got really good trade location. But speaking of trade location and the good and the bad, I want to feature Jamu, who's one of our traders in the Express Funded account. They are Jame, I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, Jame, I believe, trading out of the Balearic Islands in Spain. Now, this is an interesting trader in the Express Funded account that I want to talk about because I think a lot of our traders and a lot of traders on the retail side of the business kind of fall into this situation, this kind of performance, these similar metrics. So Jame from Spain. I probably botched the spelling of the name because I've got one thing written down and I'm seeing another thing. My fault for that. Jame, I believe. I think that, look at the stats here. $250 average P&L, 62% winning days, and they've traded 52 days in their account. Now, they've built their account up to about 13 grand in this 52 days.
Nice.
They don't have a super high winning day percentage. It's not too low. But I kind of wanted our traders that are watching to think about these statistics because this is a 50K account that they're in. So they have the $1,000 daily loss limit. They regularly hit the daily loss limit on their losing days, their winning days. So the average P&L averages out the winners and the losers. But on just the average winning days, not the average daily P&L, they're putting up 1,000, 2,000, 600, 700, 800, 900. So they're kind of all over the board there. And this made me think about myself when I got started trading. I was making four figures, I was losing four figures, making four figures, losing four figures, trying to learn how to manage my risk, manage my money, and, I was grinding it out, and that's what I'm seeing out of this trader here. I think they're grinding it out. They are profitable. We like what we see. That $1,000 daily loss limit is nice for the downside risk. And I just kind of wanted to share because I think a lot of traders out there fall into the same situation that this trader's in, and might not even be profitable. Trading's tough. This person's been with us since February of 2022. Trading is something that you're always going to have to work on progressing in. Nobody has the special sauce, the magic juice, the magic potion. You have to grind it out. You have to learn from your mistakes. And if you can, this is a good example, someone who's right just a little over half the time, but manages their downside, they're up decent money. And I want to see them continuing to grind it out like this and learning how they could be doing things better on their journey.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So if there's no other questions, I have a handful of shout outs for P&Ls for today. So we got some big P&Ls, and then I have kind of a painful shoulder tap for one of our funded traders who's in the Express funded account. I'm going to start with the shout outs. Shout out to Anthony V in their Express funded account. Actually, they have 3 of them. They're up, at least when I left the computer, a little over 11,000 across those 3 accounts. So
Nice.
up about $34,000 today alone, trade copying in 3 accounts. Freddie H up 5,700. Greg T up 10,400. And then this is the tough one for me. Right before I was getting ready to hop on, and I know we pushed the segment back from 10:30 to 10:45, Brock H was someone that we were looking at. Brock H is in an Express funded account. He was up $21,000 on the day. I know you guys were just talking NASDAQ markets and stuff like that. It looks NASDAQ came up, tested the new highs from earlier in the morning. Brock had 15 contracts on, up $21,000. I immediately saw him drop from when the sell-off happened, when we tested it and couldn't expand to the upside past it. He rode his 15 lot out. I watched him go from up 21 grand on the day to up 10 grand to up 8 grand to up 1,400 to negative when the NASDAQ made its lows on the last 15-minute bar everybody can see. And I don't know if he's still in it right now. I know Brett's got his head down working on something, so I'm not going to try and tap him on the shoulder to see where he's at. But Brock let 21 grand slip through his fingers today.
I don't think that's disciplined trading. Brock, great job getting to the funded level. That's
slow things down, man.
Big burner.
Yeah.
It's a big burner.
Yeah.
Brett says he's unchanged. Does he still have 15 on? He's still.
Jason?
Yeah, I don't know if he fell asleep at the computer, but he's unchanged on the day, still long 15 from earlier.
Yeah, that's getting married to a position. If you had a personal brokerage account and you had 20 grand in the account, that's a brand new car or a used car. That's nice. That's, again, the reason why we're here. And also we created Topstep is for you to get yourself in that position, but then also to help guide you to growth in your account, taking profits and all that kind of great stuff. Yeah, those are hard ones to see because we know how you're feeling, but at the same time, you gotta step back, take a phone call from our risk managers, or take the day off, the week off, or whatever.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here, and I know Brett and I kind of talked about it right before I hopped on. I'm squirming in my seat a little bit because I was kind of tied up to the point where I couldn't get a hold, didn't have the bandwidth to reach out to him on the phone. But this is hard, and shit, it happened in 10 minutes.
Right?
20,000.
Less than that.
10 minutes. Boom, like that. And that's why you got to trail your stops. If you're up 20 grand, you got 15 on, the money can move so quickly. I hope that this is a lousy situation for Brock. I will say one thing. If you can take learn from this mistake, because this was a money management mistake, and don't replicate it next time you're up 21 grand, keep half of it. It could be a $21,000 learning experience, but over the course of a trading career, this could be an inexpensive learning experience if he can not replicate this mistake going forward. So that's kind of
Mick, is this a XFA or live?
This is an express funded account.
Okay, that's another point. This is how we manage risk, folks, because Mick and team don't pull anybody up straight directly, because XFA allows us to also see how well you can manage your risk. And if we pulled you up and you're up 20 grand and you burn it all, that's a lose-lose for both of us. If you're crushing it and we pull you up and you keep crushing it, that's the goal of this.
Yeah, I will say, and I know I'll just come out and say it. This is a ding on the scorecard for that account. So something, we'll be remembering, in the future with this trader in particular.
Yep.
Keep that in mind.
With that, that's it for me today, guys. Really excited about Hugh. Really excited and unexcited to share this other learning experience from Brock, who let 21,000 slip through his fingers today. But,
and somebody asked, when do you pull somebody up? Mick and his team, Brett and others, look at the data, and they know when traders they are like bringing somebody up from the minor leagues to the major leagues. You call somebody up, you actually call them, you invite them up to live. They got to take it, because that's the direction we put people in the live account. They're still at the funded level, still have the same financial opportunity wherever, but they make the call. We use our proprietary owner information to do that, and they've been really good at calling people up. And sounds like Brock just needs to work it out. And that's my little quick learning there. And Mick and team will help him work it out if he so chooses to accept some coaching.
Yeah, I'm going to try and speak with him today. I didn't catch him when it counted, but as a follow-up, like I said, if I can talk to him about this, or Brett can talk to him about this, we walk through what happened, we walk through what we might be able to do differently to have a different result in the future.
I'm sure
conversation.
I'm sure he is feeling it. He
got kicked in the stomach today.
Kicked in the junk. Let's go a little lower.
You think about all the things you could do with 21K.
We learned from that, obviously, but that was his. So remember that, traders. It's about you. I'm going to say that again. Gosh, the greed factor. That's such a killer.
Last thing, and this was in I was going through some folders that I had in my storage unit because I was looking for something in particular. I found an old booklet I had that someone gave to my dad when he started trading. My dad gave it to me when I started trading. It's called How Young Millionaires Trade Commodities, and it was a bunch of rules in there. And one of the rules was you need to separate your desire for profit from your trading. So think about that a little bit. Separate your desire for profit from your trading. This goes back to what Hoag says. Making money is a byproduct of good trades. If you focus on good trades and making good decisions, the money will come. So, Brock, think about separating your desire for profits from your trading.
Right.
Because I think he was saying, I'm at 21. Why not 25? Why not 30? Yeah. And, it looked like it was going to go and test those highs and push through them, but it didn't. And I think the desire for the profits overtook his trading decisions right then and there.
Yeah, and Kaylin Middleton, you said it's a simulated account, relax. No, we don't relax here, and that trader shouldn't relax. That's their opportunity. Hit 20 grand.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Mick, how many days they had winners, but you could take a profit from that.
Yeah.
So that's the thing at Topstep is you have this opportunity, and treat it as whether you're sim or live at the funded level. And if you crush it at the funded level, you do go live, and then that still is the same thing that you need to take serious. So there's no relaxing when you get to the funded level. There's no relaxing when you get into the trading combine. And if you want to relax, go find a rocking chair. That's kind of like if you're in the trading world. So you got to always be focused. You got to always stay disciplined. You got to always be at the top of your game.
Yeah, Kaylin, tell that to Brock. That's money he could have taken.
Yeah, Kaylin, you can talk to Brock and tell him that.
Yeah,
but we're not picking on you. We're just trying
not at all.
Turn this into a learning lesson on what people may perceive as this or that, and that one caught my eye.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mick, Aaron's asking if a trader performs well, do you raise the risk for that trader?
We may. We may. That's
Okay.
a possibility.
We've done it.
We're open to a lot of things. We just need to have good reason for doing so.
Right. And that's why you are the risk manager. And a shout out to Doc Trades. He said he got moved into the live account in like 10 days. So it was your performance, Doc. And they did see that. And, as Michael talks about, hey, minor league up to the majors, up to the pro ball, up to the live stage. You're the headliner. So, that's what the live trading account's all about. And you want to be there. You want to be there.
100%.
Yes.
100%.
Gents,
All right,
thanks
Mick,
for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, anytime.
Mick, we'll see you, partner. Take care, man. Have a great day.
All right, lads. Well, we had a power player canceled today, so here's what I thought. Andre's sitting back down right now. We can take some time right now. Here's Andre.
Hey, guys.
We could take some time now to take trades if you wanted to, or at the same time, just take some questions that come in from the chat.
Yeah.
We can
Check
do that.
Eventually, Jack, we were talking to everybody. We were talking about taking calls. So eventually we'll work out how to do that. But let's take questions. That's a great idea. Take questions in here. Dive deeper.
Any questions regarding trading, the trading floor?
Topstep.
Wow, this is a new segment, And
this is called is this an AMA?
It's AMA. Ask
us enough. Yeah, and if we can't answer it, or if it becomes a little bit too proprietary, too proprietary, we will have to pass. But
we'll give you the buzzer. Next question.
But we will have to cut it off if the markets break out or something.
And right now it's 50-50 on 60-40, sorry, on the NASDAQ S&P to the short side. I got stopped out, Andre, on that. It hit 30s, and I got stopped out at 28s, and now it's down here. So bad entry. I got a little bit quicker. I thought that 50 period moving average would have.
It did break through. Didn't it?
Yeah, and now it is melting through it a bit. But also, I'm getting the help with the S&P, which is also below settlement, coming up to the 100.
Dragging. Anyways, shoot us some questions. Let's see what happens.
I'm kind of in the mood for some stimulating conversation.
All right, we'll stick around.
Ooh,
stimulating. Actually, we asked for questions. Boy, they just sort of started hitting us up here. I got to sort of scroll up.
I got a question for the audience after they ask us questions.
Okay, let's start here. If I missed your question, I'm sorry. Noxious. What do you recommend for somebody that trades good with consistency in the combine and just fails in the XFA and can't get a winning day?
What do you recommend?
What's the recommendation? What would you say?
In the XFA? Well, for one, slow it down right when you hit the XFA.
Yeah.
Take your time. High probability trades. Build a cushion. It's going to take some anxiety and stress off of you. That's number one. And then don't forget what got you there. Stick with the plan that got you there. And again, high probability trades with your trading plan. Guys, we're selling off still down to 100 period moving average on the 30-minute S&P. Settlement finally coming down here on the NASDAQ. So keep an eye on this. So here we go.
Chris has got a question. This is something we don't use. I haven't never used. What do you guys think of a tick chart? Chris mentioned a 2000 tick chart. Andre, have you ever used a tick chart?
Candlesticks.
Yeah.
I don't. Excuse me. I'm not familiar, so I'm not going to act like I am. I don't know, Michael.
Candlesticks, 30-minute. Don't do anything in the tick world. It is a lot of noise for me, and I don't need more of a headache watching the Nasdaq. You go tick. If it's a tick on a Nasdaq, even if it's a 200 tick,
a lot.
Oh my God, it'd be like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's a lot of data. I mean, if you can see it, you can see it. But my eyes and brain don't work.
It have to be like a 50,000 tick chart for NASDAQ. No Code Dad was asking what indicators are those big traders using for entries and exits. We're not sure on that. Maybe Mick talks to those people. Maybe we can find out at some point. let's see, Surveyday, I hope I said that right, wants medical advice. Well, you're in the wrong form for that one. Take 2 aspirins and call me in the morning. So
Rub some dirt on it.
Rub some dirt on it. Yeah. So make sure it's dirt. And if you got dogs, be very careful. Really make sure it's dirt. Let's see. Sanjay is asking, can you please provide some trading plan template?
We have that.
Yeah, we have it. Throw that in there, guys. Fire drill's over. Template is we have a trading plan. We have a Topstep checklist, which helps you build a trading plan. So we'll talk in there.
Keep in mind that trading plan that's been crafted and molded and evolved over the last 10 plus years. So it's pretty dialed in at this point.
Yeah. We try to give you guys. Yeah, we try to give you guys and present you guys with what's really the areas to focus on when it comes to building a trading plan.
All right. Next question must be a Flintstone fan.
Oh, this is awful.
The Grand Poobah. Michael, can you let me buy you a beer at Storm Peak Brewery next time in Steamboat?
Ooh, I have never skied Steamboat, and we'll be doing the show till all throughout whatever each day, Monday through Friday. So that takes us into ski season. I would be down if you're on and I'm headed there. I will say it on this broadcast, and we can go catch some champagne powder.
Ooh.
And then some après ski with a beer. So
it'd be cool to do a trader meet up on the mountain.
Champagne powder? I've never heard.
Yeah, it looks like champagne. Andre, you can explain.
Sparkles. It's very light and dry. Okay. It sparkles. It's like crystals when
it's when the temperature is really cold, right?
Yeah, but the water has to be very dry. You'll see it's you see it out.
And then the light has to hit it right. And then in like big sky, it's called cold smoke, which the snow looks like smoke because it's so cold. Sierra cement in the West Coast.
It's the heavy stuff.
You guys, are you sure you're not at a dispensary right now? These terms are like, wow, that sounds delicious.
That's what they call it, man. We didn't make it up.
All right. Hidden Gem's got a question. What's the main way to overcome not screwing up when on a roll? When you're trading well,
I got this.
What's one of the first things that you would recognize that, hey, I got to stop?
Stay in the zone. Stay in your zone. Don't overthink it when you're in the zone and you're on the roll trading. Just stay focused and stay present. Don't think about, this is like my 7th day in a row winning. Don't, how Michael always talks about when, use the baseball analogy again, when a pitcher's got a no-hitter going, no one talks to him, no one gets in his head to say, hey, you're doing really, really well right now. You can stay in the zone, stick to your process, and keep your head down. Don't pick your head up and pat yourself on the back too much. Just stay in there.
Right. And personal loss limit's a big factor there.
Yeah, it's a huge factor. That's why you always have to have a daily loss limit, or you should always have a daily loss limit. We teach risk management here. We push risk management onto you. It's such a valuable piece of Well,
that's like Hughes. I mean, Hughes is putting up big money. He's limiting himself to his personal loss limit.
Mm-hmm. And look at how he's doing.
He's doing fantastic. Crude really
quickly, Eddie, we do have NASDAQ coming close to settlement. We talked about return to settlement.
Took forever, but we're doing it finally.
Took forever. S&P did it, held for a sec, and then now slipping through to the 100. NASDAQ has been bouncing off the 50 moving average on the 30-minute. Now it's almost touched the settlement. So keep an eye on these markets. Tilt 54% short to the NASDAQ and S&P side.
You looking to do anything, Michael?
No, I got busted out on that early entry, which was it was the right trade, but the wrong entry. So I gave back.
Right. You were right. The market was right.
Yeah, but my entry was poor. I could have stayed a little more disciplined and waited for a rip higher. Sell the tip would have been nice. I just sold it at wherever the market was at that point.
That's true.
We all know how the NASDAQ does a little shimmy and shake.
That's the lesson I learned from today. Just be more patient on the entry. Wait for that pull. If I want to get long, wait for the pullback. Don't just buy where the market was. Exactly what you did there.
You know, we might be seeing this move with Bostic. I haven't seen anything over the wire yet.
But that's when it started at 11:15 or Chicago
Yeah.
when this move started.
If somebody can post it in the room, that'd be cool. Remember teamwork here at Topstep.
Yeah, much appreciated.
I'm not seeing it. About 36 minutes here, we will have a 10-year note auction. FOMC meeting at 1 o'clock. So that's about an hour and a half from now.
Minutes.
The minutes, yes. FOMC minutes. Like Deanna said, they could add, they could subtract from what we know so far. Now these are from the September meeting. So, like she said, sometimes they take some stuff out, put some stuff in. Also today for crude stock, we got the API coming out. They're looking at around 1.3 million barrels. Prior was negative 4.21. So that's a 180 on that API right now. Big difference on what they're looking for. So we'll see what happens. That's going to be at the close.
Bostic said signs economy starting to slow. Thank you, Bob L.
Good job, Bobby.
Oh, nice. That is team trading right there.
That's why we broke. That's
team baby.
And that's why we're selling off a little bit. Why the hell didn't Financial Juice tell us? Anyways.
I think you need the pro version. I think so. Yeah.
Is it? Okay, cool. All right, let's fire through these things.
Yep, keep them coming.
Rapid fire.
All right. Eric is saying for power players, it would be cool to have them trade while they're talking to Eddie. You could either show their screens or they can call out their trades while they're making them. Well, I think what power players is more for funded traders that aren't trading at that point. It's a good idea. Maybe we can sort of incorporate that. I know Jack is listening, and thank you for the suggestion, Eric. It's a good suggestion.
We certainly can do that if they want to share their screens. It's not maybe the ideal trading hour at 11 o'clock.
Maybe we have room for another segment.
We'll always let them take one.
Yeah,
for sure.
Here's one thing here. Football fan, little controversial. Do you fail XF traders or block their payouts if they do DCA trading like Apex does?
DCA trading. I don't know what DCA trading. I know over there you got to send some strategy or what. I don't know what they do. Who cares?
All right, next question.
No. Boom. At Topstep, if you meet the five winning days, you can take a payout.
When the boss says screw it, you move on.
Any more questions? Any more questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got more.
On the lows and the spoos. On the lows.
Yeah. On the lows. Still Nasdaq bounced off settlement. S&P is pushing our lows down to the 100 period.
100 SMA, right? Yep.
Yeah.
You want to focus on that, or you want more questions?
Keep going. No. We don't have.
All right. Luxer is asking, how do I switch brokers on Topstep?
How do you switch brokers on Topstep? You get it to the funded level, and we pull you up, and whatever platform you're using, that's what clearing firm we use. So that's my best answer on that one.
Man, okay. They got direct access to the CEO right now. Where else you getting this?
Yeah.
Where else you getting this shit, man? This is.
I know. Yeah, well.
All right. Noxious, we answered your question. You posted it again. Quit the spamming.
Gino says platforms. Once you're at the funded level, I don't know, somebody else chime in here. Can you switch? We have to pay data. We have to pay for your data. So every time you switch, we have to double the data, double the cost that we pay all of our service providers. So we don't really switch. You could start over and enter a new combine and do it that way, but we don't switch you mid whatever while you're in a combine already or funded level.
All right. P Gold here. And then we have this question, and we're working on this one. Why can't we trade 5 minis? Why can we trade 5 minis but only 5 micros and not 50?
Technical issue on our end. It breaks our trade reports. Why do other people do it? From what I understand, they don't even have trade reports. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. But I can only care and deal with and control what we do. Breaks are max position trade report, how we process trades. We are looking to fix that. We will have a solution fairly soon, but currently, right now, I totally see where you're at, and we will get to them being equal. 10, 50 means 5 lots. I get what you're saying. We can't do that because we'll break our trade report.
Okay.
We actually have a tech stack that has trade reports that helps trigger certain things. A lot of other companies have out of the box subscription model that then just says how many accounts can I trade or how many can I buy, blah, 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 blah. A transactional, type of company. We're performance based. We understand that kind of handcuffs you a little bit because if you're in a 50K, you can put on 5 minis, but you can only put on 5 micros. You're like, why can't I do that? That's the reason why. I'm sorry, guys, but yeah, that's a tech thing.
All right. Manver's asking, my account not showing in Tradeovate to trade only the practice account is showing. Just go to the website and contact Wendy. If that's a situation right now, I know that support's taking those. If they're going to get to those right away. 408 legit says, can I increase daily loss limit?
Yes. At the funded level, you can. You make you can email. If you're trading really well, the risk managers may reach out and be like, hey, do you want us to open you up? That does help some traders. It also hurts, I'd say, the same amount of traders, a 50-50 kind of split there. If you are undisciplined, you will find your downside limit, daily loss limit, no matter where we put it at your request. That's what we've learned in the experience of Topstep, that if you're undisciplined, you're paying the markets and you will bury your account if you're undisciplined. If you are disciplined, the market pays you, and then you can manage and have a bit more control of sorts over your account management or P&L management for the day.
All right. Gosh, I lost. Here we go. Where's this one? We are here. I'm sorry, I sort of lost questions here. Wow, so many questions. My goodness.
How fast can I get funded? You can do it as little as a couple days. Probably just focus on how you trade, slow things down, and don't go for how fast. How fast never really helps anybody. Kind of anything in life, unless you're a sprinter or whatever. But it's a marathon. It's not a race. There's an old trading term, so write that one down if you want to. How fast can I withdraw? You can withdraw at the funded level after 5 profitable days, greater than $200. That means you put up $1,000. You can only take out 50%, but after 30 winning days of $200, you can take 100% out.
Andrew Archer is giving props to you, Andre. He says you did a good job covering for Hoag's holiday, wants you to be a permanent fixture here.
Absolutely, yeah. Before we sign off here, thanks for allowing me to do fast markets with you guys the last few days. Filling in for Hoag. I know how valuable Hoag is to fast markets, TopstepTV, and he definitely has a loyal following. Us here in this room being some of them. And I really appreciate you guys allowing me to sit in and fill in for him. I'm not going to be a stranger at all. I'll still be talking shop with you guys. Definitely be tuning in and contributing in the chat. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys allowing me to fill in for the mighty Hoag. That was really cool, you guys. You guys are really warm and welcoming. I got a question here, Eddie, because I just talked to him this week.
Oh, sure.
8W, will you ever offer Eurex so the Europe can trade DAX in the morning? I was just on the call with them. I think one of my important calls this week was saying I had to jump to talk to Eurex. And we're excited about what we discussed. And you'll see here something, I'd say within 60 days, here very soon. Yes, that's my answer to that one.
Okay. And I just want to sort of just a little bit here, sort of rewind real quickly regarding Andre. And, I tell you, here's my rewind. Okay, I needed that sound effect. Now I feel better. Andre, you've been with Topstep for many years, but sort of on the sidelines, and I'm being really honest here. I'm very happy that you're all in here now.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I echo that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, even though I call you the machine gun that I think you don't like, Machine Gun McHugh.
It's all good.
Machine Gun McHugh.
I mean, you've made Topstep TV a better place as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure the majority of the people can also agree with that. So I'm glad that you're here, and we'll move on. So I'm done kissing your ass. Okay?
Yeah, I was gonna say I get uncomfortable when people do this type of stuff.
Yeah, I know Andre does not like.
I squirm, man. I don't like
anybody
this
talking
shit.
about
I squirm.
him.
Wait a minute. Oh, you want us to talk more about Auntie?
No, I don't like this. I don't like this portion, but I appreciate it.
We bounced off settlement yet again in the NASDAQ. Bounced off 100 period moving averages. These levels have held up today. You can call it because volume's low or whatever, but just want to give a heads up. Does the 5 days reset after 200? Eddie, I'm going to grab some just to rapid fire. Does the 5 days of 200 reset after a payout? Yes, but once you get to 30, you can do it at any point every single day if you'd like to, or withdraw all of it. 100% of it, but we keep 10% of it.
It's a hell of a split, man. That's a beautiful split. God,
mine was 60-40 when I traded.
I was 50-50, and if you lasted 4 years, you would go to 80-20. Which I did, but still a 90-10 split right out of the gate. Where else are you going to get that on the street?
Yeah. I blew up my live funded account because I left the sell limit. Can I get a second chance, please? Yeah, you can go back to the trading combine and show that you cancel your sell limits. That's tough love. You got to cancel your sell limits. If it happened in the live market on your personal brokerage account, you would have blew that one up as well. The goal here is to learn and get yourself in a position where you are in tune. Deanna in tune. She was on today. You get that in tune. You will cancel all, hit the button 4 times, go to the restroom, come back before you turn off your platform, cancel all. There's really no excuse for any trader to leave that on. I have done it so many times, and that you have to take accountability for that.
You have to, man. That's
love seeing you at the live funded. Let's get yourself back readjusted on.
Yeah, that's what my dad used to say. Check, double check, triple check.
Dude, that's the last thing. Dude, have you guys ever woken up in the middle of the night wondering if you have like your if you're still working to order or bid or something like that?
I've had a dream that I put like
it's my biggest fear, dude. I still get these damn dreams. Like I've got a position on that. Oh man.
I dream about being on the trading floor, like 4 out of 5 days a week. Honest to God,
that's a freaking job, man. It just ingrains itself in your dome.
It's wild, and I mean, I could write a story. I remember each dream, what pit I was in, who I saw, who I talked to. It's weird. It's weird. I guess I miss it that much.
It was a good place.
One day we're going to have some we'll have tales from the trading floor.
Yeah, I've also seen some people in the chat wanting to check out the trading floor. If you want to see what it used to be, but yeah.
What type of accounts does Topstep team trading with? We trade with house accounts on our prop firm. Like right now, if you want to look, you can see right here, I can put a 20 lot on. I can cancel it. At some point, I'm going to start doing it once I get really in tune. I haven't really never traded on in front of folks before.
Me neither, man. This shit ain't easy.
No, it ain't easy, but it's definitely. Different. And then I got to go back to work right after this and meetings and all that kind of stuff. So, if they give us buying power, we've been with these clearing firms for a long time, and that's what we can have $0 in the account and risk, but it's all cross collateralized. So long story short, without getting into the details.
Stoned Lala, new trader here with a small account. What's your best advice for me? There's no special advice. You're doing the right thing. You're starting small, and just remember, for those that are like, I need the 150K account. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. Take your time, all right, and stick around and learn from us. Okay,
we see more. Yeah, and we see more people pass the trading combine from the 50K. I'm not going to tell you size. I'm not going to tell you to size up, and I don't care about trying to get you to spend more money. I don't give a shit about that. I want to see you get in the best position, and 50K is the best position. There's $49, and 150K is what Hughes was on, and he's up 100 $30,000 in total profits. So you decide how you want to manage your path as a trader.
Hey, Michael, I have a question from you from Nas the Dragon. Is MP married or at least have a girlfriend? Just wondering.
I'm married with 3 kids under 5. So yes,
God bless.
He's got a clan. He's got a whole clan.
Yeah, I got a crew that is a ton of work, and I'm 44. I got married when I was like in 2018, I believe.
And I was telling you, dude, you better have some kids soon. You better have some kids.
Boy, did he ever.
I did. I was like,
yeah.
dude, man, come on.
Bang, bang,
Do
bang.
something.
15 months apart, then 20 months apart. And now I'm officially done. Snip, snip.
Hey-o.
Really?
On that note.
Ouch.
I mean, I can't spread my love that far to 4, 5, 6 children and all that kind of stuff. So I stopped at what my capacity could hit. For all fairness, love, and war, that they all get all get the same fair amount of my attention.
Hey, here's a question. Andre, you got to bounce?
I got to bounce. I have an appointment to attend at noon. I'm going to be late for it anyways. But yeah, I figure I stick around here a little bit, Andre.
I appreciate it, brother.
Is that cool?
Yeah,
absolutely. It's cool, man.
Okay, cool, guys.
Andre, we'll catch you tomorrow.
I really appreciate it. Patak, good trading today. Hang on those profits. I'll talk shop with you guys tomorrow. Again, thank you so much for letting me jump in on fast markets with you guys. It was really cool. It was a learning experience for me, just trading in front of people. I have a newfound respect for how you guys trade in front of people. It's pretty ballsy, to be honest with you. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
great.
man.
Thank you for coming on. Love it.
You got it later, guys. I'll talk to you later.
We'll see you, man. Hey, real quick here. Peter Ward's got a question. We've got he says, I'm thinking of joining Topstep. I'm thinking, but I have been trading MetaTrader for 8 years. Mike, Jack, what do you think? Which platform would be comparative to MT5?
MetaTrader's been out for 100 years. I think it's a pretty outdated platform. It's a way outdated platform.
Maybe it's time to learn something new. Yeah,
to each its own. We got cool stuff coming up here, platform-wise. That's pretty exciting. We're always working with different companies on platforms, and we got TraderVate platform. We have Quant Tower platform. You got to choose and get a feel for what you like. Talk to traders in here on what they like. It's again to each its own on that one, but there's a laundry list of platforms when you get started at Topstep.
Cool. All right. I think that's going to be it for the questions here. We got 11:40 Chicago Central Time. 11:45. We got Top Quiz. Jack, who do we got? Bonnie or Danielle?
Today, Danielle will be on Top Quiz with me, and what we'll do is we'll take a few minute break right now with the charts and music to get that set up. The link is pinned to the top of the YouTube. We'll give away 10 resets to random people to get 3 or 4 of the questions right. I will draw from them and announce it during group coaching.
All right. So, and real quick here, I'd like to thank everyone we didn't get to all the questions. I mean, gosh, we should probably think of a segment where we can do that, but we appreciate your participation. That's the fuel for the fire here. You are the fuel, and we make sure that we try to do the best we can. If you got a question, send it to support, maybe attention support, or if you got a question, but save them for tomorrow. We'll get to more questions tomorrow, but thank you very much for participating. Stick around. Jack's going to post the Kahoot.it code, so stick around. This is fun. If you're new here, this is it's a quiz. Have some fun with it. Right after that, we've got Coach Dakota and myself will be here for group coaching. Otherwise,
hell yeah.
Have yourself a quick sandwich.
Yeah, for sure, Eddie. I'm excited to be up today, yesterday, and Monday. Somebody asked why don't I still have the blue and red. They kept falling off, and a few of them, but I'll try to get them all back up. They're Post-it notes, so eventually they kind of fold
gravity
over.
Sucks. Yeah, gravity sucks.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We had a lot of people on here. Hopefully, a lot of you got those comped resets. Before you reset, or if you already did, before you trade next, focus on and look at your old trade reports. Find out what days you got smoked and then find out why. Maybe it's over trading. or maybe you go back to that day and be like, oh, that's when my whomever really got me triggered, and then I went and traded or something like that. And then also what your strengths are. Go to some group coaching, stay in this group coaching, ask some questions, get yourself in a better position before you put that next trade on, because that's what the resets that we're handing out every day here is supposed to help you do, is get a better position. I'm out of here. Great stuff. And awesome hanging out with you guys. This is a whole trading team, you guys in the chat as well.
All right. Take care, Michael. All right. We're out of here. I'll be back, but stick around for Top Quiz with Jack and Danielle.
Hello, everybody out there, my friends and my traders, and those that are both. Hello, and welcome to Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined today by Danielle. Danielle, how has this fine Wednesday been treating you?
It has been a great day. It's been fun with the fire drill. We're going to have something new and different tomorrow. I'm the keeper of the fire drill, guys. So
that's a good point. Yes, Danielle is the master of the fire drill. So much love. Today, we are going to do it a little bit different as usual. Music is still going on. You got to get rid of that. There it goes. That pesky music. All right. Music should be gone now. Yeah, we can't hear it, but it was still on the stream. That's okay, though. Because anyway, what's going to happen today is there's going to be 4 multiple choice questions. Answer them when they appear on your device, because there's a 6-second delay between this and YouTube. These questions are a little easier than usual, so I wouldn't worry as much about the YouTube cheating. Not the YouTube cheating, the Google cheating or the ChatGPT cheating. Because what's going to happen is everybody that gets 3 or 4 of these questions right is going to be put in a random drawing. I'm going to pick 10 to give free resets from a random number generator, and then announce those during group coaching with Dakota. So those are the ground rules. Hopefully, let me see what's going on YouTube. I think you have a marriage proposal from Roy, Danielle. He's
all right.
Loving everyone. So
sweet. Thanks, Roy.
The game's going to start very shortly right now. Looks like we got a lot of you in here. I got to end it soon so that we can get going. So last person in, we got W, we got D, Anderson, JS, Thomas. Oh boy, Sean Shu, Topstep saved my life.
That's great.
I always love when we get one of those. If you can make me laugh with one of these, it's great.
Yeah. Go hard, Greg. That's great.
All right. So let's go ahead and get this started. All right, Kahoot, for the date. Wednesday, October 11th, I believe it is, 2023. 3, 2, 1.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. What is the definition of a commodity? Is it a raw material for producing a good, a contract, a centralized market for trading futures contracts, or a good in the store that is ready to buy? You can wait. You can say whatever your answer is about now, Danielle.
All right. How about a centralized market for trading futures contracts?
Oh, so close. It's a raw material. So it's like copper or lumber or something along those lines. Yes. So this is always fun because I've included more trading questions, and it always, becomes a little bit of a slog for the people that are visiting who are not traders sometimes.
Separate the marketers from the traders.
Exactly. Yeah, there's not as much marketing done for commodities. I guess you see commercials for like cotton, the fabric of our life. But I've always wondered, with those commercials, does a commercial for cotton really make people be like, wow, I need some more cotton? I feel like my demand for cotton is pretty steady.
As a marketer myself, I'm also wondering who those are targeted to.
Let me know in the chat if cotton commercials make you go out and buy more cotton. All right, next question. Call Me Ishmael is the first line of which novel? Is it Moby Dick, A Tale of Two Cities, War and Peace, or The Old Man and the Sea?
I don't know. This is not going to be a good day for me, Jack.
Not an English lit person? That's a slight clue there.
These aren't really in my wheelhouse. Let's go with Moby Dick.
That is 100% correct.
Right.
See if off the top of my head. So James and JD wrote the questions today.
Oh, okay.
Let me think. I know the first line of A Tale of Two Cities is, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. The Old Man and the Sea, it's another famous one. War and Peace, I don't know. I do know Brothers Karamazov.
I feel like that's a very JD question.
Black Swan on top. These are all for bragging. Maker Mike, Rizzy, Kyle, and Pig for a Tick. Pig for a Tick. Love it. Because we'll be randomly drawing if you get 3 or 4 right here. Let me check the YouTube real quick.
Sweet.
How are we supposed to know
I'm still in the running. Thank you.
I will say, Call Me Ishmael is one of the more famous openings of a book.
I'm hoping to get 3 out of 4 today since I was 2 for 2 on, what was that, Monday or Tuesday, but I'm beating myself up right now for missing that first question.
Now there's one more trading question, but we'll see how it goes as far as difficulty.
All right.
How many bushels of corn are in a single ZC futures contract?
Oh.
1, 500, 5,000, or 10,000? And that, I guess, is a little hard if you're not familiar with trading.
Okay, I have a guess though. I'll wait till the clock runs out of it.
Well, if you're just guessing, you can say it now.
Okay, I'm gonna guess 5,000.
Okay. Well, that was a hell of a guess. It is indeed 5,000 bushels. If I win, I win. That's a good outlook to have on life there. Okay, how are we doing here? So, yeah, one car, we were talking about that. So, we got one question left. If you get 3 or 4 right, you'll be in the drawing. So let's see how this pans out here.
All right, still in the running.
All right. Which restaurant's mascot is a clown? Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's, or Checkers? I think most people are going to know this.
Yes, definitely.
But you got 20 seconds if you're out there Googling.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Real quick Google if you're not into fast food and you're into sprouts and kale. It's McDonald's.
I love people of integrity. You know, when James sent this with the answer, I thought for a second, wait, isn't Burger King's a clown too? But no, it's that king that kind of looks like a clown.
About it. So.
All right. So let's see what we got here just for bragging rights. Our winner today. If I win, I win. You have a chance. We have Maker Mike. You also have a chance. And in first, my good friend Black Swan, who I believe maybe won yesterday as well. So these questions are a little easier. I'm going to go to my spreadsheet castle. What was it? The Fortress of Solitude and Superman. I'm going to go to where I'm surrounded by all the spreadsheets. And I'm going to
Jack's favorite place.
Find who got 3 or 4 right, which I think will be a lot today, judging by the number of answers.
That was fun.
If anyone knows the Checkers mascot, I've never actually been to a Checkers. I've seen there's one on North Avenue there, Danielle, but
yep, know exactly what you're talking about.
haven't done one. That is, James Harden wrote that question, and he is defending it in the comments. So I'll get back to you guys. In the meantime, we are going to take a few minute break here. I'm going to go over to that nice soothing music and some charts. And then we're going to be back with Dakota, who was great on Monday. He's back today. Him and Eddie are going to be doing group coaching. So any question you have for them, fire away. It's going to be great. We're starting that in just a few minutes. Danielle?
Always great to be with the traders. Thanks, you guys.
Thanks again. 3 for 4. Not bad. Bye. See you guys.
right, we are live back again, and I'm here with Dakota, who's not from either North or South Dakota, but he is from Utah.
The West Dakota is what they call me.
The West? Hey,
West
Utah,
side.
right?
Yeah, we're in Utah. Not all the way to the west, but yeah, close enough.
I saw a video of Utah, and it's beautiful. There's a lot of trails, old West trails, that I was watching this video, and they were metal detecting, and the stuff they found was just so cool. I want to go to Utah and get myself a metal detector. But there's other ways of making money, and yes, trading is another one. And we've got Dakota here. We're going to be talking about the step from completing a combine to getting funded, and much, much more. So, Dakota, for those that are new here, who are you? Why are you here, and what are you doing?
Yeah, so let me first touch about how beautiful Utah is. I was born and raised here. I've been here my whole life, and we actually got some snow this morning. We woke up to some snow, and the mountains are beautiful. I mean, it's right outside my window. I have a nice, beautiful view, but it's nice when you wake up in the morning and you have a beautiful scenery to look at. Makes you feel good. Makes you want to wake up early in the morning. But yeah.
Here in Chicago, I wake up and look out my blinds, and I see the dog taking his morning constitution. So I gotta. It's what I see in the morning.
Yeah.
Big difference.
I'll have to come visit Chicago one of these days.
And I'll show you the dog. I'll show you the dog. But yeah, you were here with us on Monday. We had a great session. For those that missed it, I apologize for you. But what we've got here is sort of a continuation, or what do we got going on today?
Yeah, so last week we had a series, and I talked about the psychological hurdles and emotions and what tools we have as traders to get through the transition from having a combine account and then making it to a funded account. We're preferably talking about Topstep, but even if you're on your own and you have been trading on a simulated account and you decide to put your own money into the market, it's the same emotional steps, right? Your combine transitioning to a funded. This week, I'm talking about doing the transition from whether you're a full-time trader or a part-time trader or a hobby trader. You're trading for just a couple hours. You have a full-time job that you depend on to pay the bills, and you're only trading part-time or as a hobby. And how do we transition as traders if we want to trade for a full-time? We're thinking about quitting our job. We're just thinking about maybe just going from full-time to part-time in our job, our 9-to-5 job. And we want to use trading as our primary source of income and use that to pay our bills. What are the steps that we must take as traders? Emotionally, what are some emotional hurdles that we need to get through and start thinking? And that's what this week's series that I've been handling. Last night I had my first class. We did some brainstorming. We're just talking about, and one thing that I will say, Eddie, with Topstep, we have traders around the world, and it's so different for everyone and their own specific situation. Whether or not, I heard you and MP talking about have a wife and kids. You're going to be in a different situation mentally than, say, someone much younger that's just starting out, finishing college or high school, and they don't have a wife or kids. So everyone's situation is different, and the emotions that you go through when transitioning from part-time or as a hobby trader versus I'm going to be doing this for a living. I'm going to be trading for a living, and this is what to expect.
There's just so many different types of availability traders, as far as like you mentioned. I know some that are soccer moms, stay-at-home dads, grandma and grandpa, veterans. I'm out of college, and this goes like all over the world. It's global. But it's always best to find out what works for you. And I know that, traders I've talked to a lot of them were 9 to 5ers. And I don't mean just from 9 a.m. to 5. I mean, people that had day jobs. Yeah. And just trying to find that niche for that time that I can trade and actually be, progressive. And, there is that overnight trade. I mean, you could trade here at Topstep for 22 hours, right? We close it down for 2. We get your trade report together, and new sessions open up at 5 p.m. Central every day. Well, during the week, I should say. But, the day trader is going to be different from the overnight trader. You're not going to see as much volume. You're not going to see as much action. And you got to look for a smaller winning trade. Smaller than smaller, I should say. And, this is something that anybody can do. But you just got to find the right time that works for you.
Yeah. Nope, you're exactly right. It's just like you said. If you're retired, you're a soccer mom, wherever you're at and wherever your position is in life, and regardless of your age, we do share some emotions when transitioning to a full-time trader. I mean, especially if you have car payments, a mortgage, and bills. And we really broke it down and we separated it on a Google document where we all have wants, things we want. We want a nice car, we want a nice house, and we want these nice things in life. And then there's essentials, things that we need. We need to be able to provide for ourselves and our families, like food, place to sleep, things to eat, nutrients, and then of course breaking it down to like utilities and just our stuff to go and live as people. And it's going to be different from where you're at in the world, and having that type of pressure on you as a trader, knowing that you have bills coming in every single month and you're depending to pay those bills based off of what you're making in your trading. And it's a whole nother beast. It's the major leagues, if there's an analogy. But yeah, it's an interesting concept. And there's a lot of traders here at Topstep. I know that's ultimately one of our goals is, financial freedom, being able to have that flexibility to trade whenever you want. You don't have to wake up and being forced to go to your job. You could wake up or take the day off, go on vacation. One nice thing about the markets, Eddie, is you could be anywhere in the world and you could trade. You're not tied down to any physical location. And I love it myself because I am an overnight trader. I'm an Asian market trader. And like you said, volatility is not as high during the Asian market, and it's all relative, right? Maybe you trade one contract on the NASDAQ and you look to go for 15 handles. On the overnight session, I'm only looking to get maybe 5 handles. If I'm scalping, I would use 3 contracts. So the profit dollar amount would be the same. And there's a lot of different strategies out there, more than I could ever imagine or count, depending on when you're trading, what market you're trading, and what time frames you're trading.
Right. Now, Brad Sims shares a comment here with us. My profit targets are still less than what I make in my day job. Here's the thing. Don't quit your day job. Consider what you're trading and what you're making a bonus, okay? And instead of sitting in front of the boob tube and watching TV. Of course, that's relaxing, and some of us need to do that. But consider this time that you're doing that, you are trading, when you do have time, just a bonus for you and the family. Don't fret about not making as much as your day job. Keep that day job. Okay, you don't want to lose that. I mean, you start trading a personal account, you're not going to have insurance. You're not going to have 401k. I mean, there's a lot of things that you're not going to have. Dental, eye insurance, whatever. Keep that day job, and whatever you do make, be happy with that. Be happy with that.
100%. Yep, I couldn't agree more. I know when I started out trading, I ended up getting a job. I worked at a store called Walmart for the first time. I only was there for a month. I cannot stand having a 9-to-5 job, but anything I did make from my trading, I used to travel, I used to grow my account. And some traders that I talk to that are really close friends of mine, they have a wife and a kid, and they only spend 1 to 2 hours trading, and they work a normal 9-to-5 job. And the money they make from their trading, of course, they still have to pay the taxes and everything, but they go on nice trips. Any profits that they make, and every 3 months, they're either going to Peru or Egypt and just enjoying their life. Was able to pay off their debts and live really happy, just using it as a part-time supplemental source of their income.
Yeah, I mean, Peru and Egypt, well, they like pyramids, obviously, which is cool. I mean, whatever you can make on that, and just think about it. If you are making just a little bit, maybe $50, $100 a day. I mean, you're not taking off your paycheck. I mean, that's great. And then eventually you'll start, as you grow, as you get better, it'll be $200, $300. You'll be managing it a little bit better. And then you could take a world trip. You could go out anywhere you want, do anything you want. But just remember, there is always that downside. Okay. There is always that downside. And that's something that you got to manage. You don't want to put yourself in a hole. And, I mean, if you got a personal account and you're digging out of your wages, your 9-to-5 job wages, to pay for that, that's something you've got to stop and really think of what's going on.
Yeah. Just like you're saying, you don't want to get to a place where you're using your 9-to-5 job paycheck to supplement your trading losses.
Yeah.
It should be the opposite. And dollar amount is relative as well, because like I was saying, we have traders around the world. And I think we talked about this briefly on Monday, Eddie, is that if you average, just let's say if you're trading micros, $20 a day, that's 10 handles. And it's a really realistic goal. Is if you're making $20 a day and you're consistent with that, one, you know that that's paying for breakfast, lunch, and dinner some places, and that's even paying for a lot more. And if you get consistent at doing something like that over a long period of time, eventually that $20 could turn into 50, and 50 into 100. And it's more about the consistency. And one of the people that I do look up to is Warren Buffett, and you hear him where he's like, rule number 1, don't lose money. Rule number 2, refer to rule number 1 type mindset.
Easy to say. Yeah, easy to say.
Yeah, easy to say, but you never want to put yourself in a position where you have more pressure than what you should as a person, whether you want to have those big goals that you see traders making $1,000 a day. Well, I mean, if you want to be consistent over a year, and I think you guys were just saying this earlier, if you can't trade small, you can't trade at all, because the same way that you make $20 a day should be the same process, the same steps, the same strategy as making $1,000 a day. It's just a matter of sizing.
I'll be right there. I got to take this call.
But yeah, there's so many different ways that traders could approach the markets. And I see some of the traders here in YouTube where you want your 9-to-5 to be your bonus check, right? There are some traders that do that because as traders, you're not going to be profitable every single week. You might not be profitable every single month. In my personal accounts and my own trading, I do have a safety account, a safety net, because I know that some months I'm going to have bad months, but I still have bills to pay that are not going to go away, right? I have a car payment, I have a mortgage, I have my utility bills like internet, and I also need to pay for food. And I know that some months I'm going to have down months, I'm going to have negative months. And what do I do during those negative months to where I know that it's not going to affect me emotionally, and that I have that emotional security that I've been trading for a long time. I know I'm consistent, and I have other sources of income like that 9-to-5 job, so that if my tradings takes a bad month or a bad week, I have that consistency. And you don't want to put yourself as a person in any type of situation where the outcome could be detrimental to your emotional health.
And health is just so important. I mean, I've walked off the trading floor. I've logged off my computer many a times, just sort of bent over in a cramp, going, "Oh my God." I mean, the stress is a nasty factor. Anxiety, the FOMO can build into something very unhealthy. And I mean, that's when you need to sort of step away. When you've got that feeling of I'm sick to my stomach, or I'm just pissed off at the world, or I mean, there are times, I mean, that's red flags right there.
Yeah.
Where you need to say, hey, you know what? I need to step away from this for not just 5-10 minutes, maybe a day, maybe a week. I've talked to many traders that when they go on vacation, all right, I'm going on a week vacation. I'm going on a 2-week vacation. My suggestion is don't log in at all. All right, we'll still be here. Okay, we're not going anywhere. But when you get back, give yourself at least one day to sort of get that swing back, to get your groove back, to read the markets again. I mean, just don't jump in the pond without seeing how cold it is or how deep it is. That's not going to help. But, real quick here, I apologize for taking that call. It's getting very cold here in Chicago, and the furnace is not going on. So I've got the guy, the furnace guy coming here. I'm not sure when he's going to be here, but Dakota will continue. And what I'll probably do is just shut off the camera, get him set up, and then come back. But I apologize. We need heat. It's cold.
All good, Eddie. Yeah, we don't want to put ourselves in a position as traders to have that feeling of I need to trade. Like Eddie was saying, where just turn it off. There's times where, I don't even look at the markets some days, and I join my class on Discord, and I have traders asking me like, "Oh, did you see that huge move on the market? It dropped 200-300 points, or the Nasdaq rallied 200-300 points." I have no idea. I went golfing today. When I'm outside and I'm doing my personal life, I don't look at the markets. I used to be in a bad habit to where I have a phone. Everyone has a phone almost anymore, and you could pull any chart up that you want on a lot of your brokers. You could watch the market, you could see what's going on, and that disconnects you from reality and from life and living in the moment. I've had girlfriends where I would be out on a date, and you have that, it's almost like an addiction where you're thinking, I have a position on, do I take a market? Am I missing an opportunity? And I'm always looking at what's going on with the markets. And I've missed a lot of things that I could have been enjoying, on the golf course, on dates, doing other activities, enjoying family, right? And you never want to put yourself in a position as a trader to have that feeling of I need to trade today. It should be looked at as having that type of flexibility to where, hey, I have the opportunity to trade today, and being able to evaluate where you're at mentally, where you're at as a person. On Monday, we had that sheet up here, and we were talking about, how do we identify what emotional state we are in mentally? How do we become a better person? How do we identify, are we feeling excited? Are we feeling angry? Maybe it's something you ate. This morning I forgot to have breakfast, and I feel grumpy sometimes when I'm not full, or I haven't had my breakfast. I think the word for that is hangry. And yeah, you don't want to be in a position where anything in life can affect your trading because it shouldn't be forced.
Nothing should be forced. I mean, I'm going to say if you're forced trading, you're not doing very well. And I would probably bet some money on that one. If you notice, if you're here early for fast market, some of us are not even taking trades for half an hour, or even for the full session. It's wait for the right opportunity. Wait for when you know the market is that the market is in your favor, or at least coinciding with your game plan. Hey, that's my game plan. This is what I'm looking at. We're getting to that level. Know what to do before you get to that level. Pre-plan, okay? So you're not a deer in headlights, right? If there's a level that you're looking at, know what to do when you get there. Have an action ready. Don't have a question, have an action. This is what I'm going to do when I get there. So when that market hits that level, it's an action. You're not going to say, what am I going to do here? Know what you're going to do. And it's going to work out much, much better. Follow that game plan. Follow it.
Yeah, exactly. It's being patient as a trader. And the worst thing, and this is what I see a lot of traders struggle with, is having that type of patience, letting the market come to you. You know, you're trading the markets are not trading you, and having that discipline and that patience to sit there and wait for a setup that follows your rules, that you're not feeling like it's forced. Because us as humans, especially if you have a 9-to-5 job, and since at a very early age, we're really programmed to understand and value our time and put a dollar amount to our time. Say you're making $20 an hour at your 9-to-5 job. You know that when you go to work for those 8 hours, you're going to get a paycheck for the time that you put in. Well, it's not like that in trading. I could sit here in front of my computer monitor for 8 hours, but there's no guarantee that I'm going to have any type of paycheck after I sit there. And that's a very hard concept for traders to transition to, and to understand that regardless of how much time and effort you put into trading, it's not guaranteed. And it's completely different from a 9-to-5 job or the regular workforce, where you trade your time for money. Time is almost irrelevant in the markets, and you could sit there for hours and hours. Trust me, I do it all the time. There's days where I spend 12 hours just trying to figure out the markets and in front of my computer screen, and I don't have anything to show for it. Maybe even the exact opposite. Maybe I've lost money. You know, it's very hard emotionally as a trader, and even as a person, to spend 12 hours or 8 hours doing something and you come back with less money than what you started with. I mean, the only place other than the markets, that's like going to the casino, right? I mean, at least when you go to the casino, you're having fun, you're having a good time. But when you're sitting here trading and you place trades and you spend all day stressing, being frustrated, being down money, and then you end up hitting a daily loss limit, that could be pretty upsetting as a trader. And then you let that snowball into more and more emotion, and it just gets worse from there.
Yeah, Eddie had to go let his furnace person in. So I'm with you here right now, Dakota, if we want to go check the next question.
Okay. I think you thought it was my subconscious talking to me.
No, they can hear me out there on YouTube.
Okay. It's the person behind the screen inside me here. But yeah, as you guys could see, I'm a NASDAQ trader, and I had him put my chart up. You guys can see my chart here on the screen, and I'm by nature, I'm a very bullish trader, and I'm always looking for ways to buy the market. I have on my personal accounts a lot of long-term positions with a bullish bias, and here's kind of a concept that I use for some of my trading. I know a lot of traders, I've got requests like, oh, how do you trade? Do I just talk about the psychology of trading? And this is a very top-down view of the style that I trade. This is a daily chart on the NASDAQ. And as you can see, I've charted very basic lines from the bottom to the top of these moves. And then after I get these moves, I put them together. And I've held classes on Discord talking about different trading styles. I call this an average true leg, right? We have an average true range, and 2 weeks ago, I held a whole class series. I think it was 3 to 4 classes talking about average true range, understanding volatility, and understanding what an average true range is, what an average true leg, and understanding volatility. Because as Eddie was saying, we have traders all over the world, and when you place a trade during the New York Open and the London overlap, the markets are really volatile versus the Asian market. The Asian market's a lot less volatile. It can be boring. You have to have less of an expectation, where you're not going to be getting most of the time 100-point moves on the NASDAQ. Whereas during the New York and the London Open, a 100-point move can be typical. The markets move very volatile during times, especially during news events. And like we have a lot of news this week, whenever there's FOMC, there's minutes, non-farm payroll during the New York Open and during the London overlap as well. The markets could be very volatile. I like to start off a daily chart. You probably see a lot of traders out there, Michael, Eddie, start off at a higher time frame. I always love to recommend using higher time frames to get a good gauge of trends, market direction, and give you a good bird's eye view of how the market's reacting. I start off on a daily chart, and then I get this average leg, to understand where the volatility is. So when we do have a move in the market to the upside, for this particular case, I have realistic expectation. I know that when the market does move to the upside, we average something like this, and it's a more realistic expectation. And this is based off of a daily, and I do this, as you can see, I did it over here on the right hand side. I'm going to go ahead and delete these drawings because I already did it. Over here on the right hand side, this was the very start, as you can see, the start of this bullish move, and we have an average of it going up to about 15,442, and I sit in my hands. I mean, there's nothing for me to do until the market gets to a point of interest for me. I also do some very basic support and resistance. We've had some resistance here between what is this, 350 to 447, and so here's a good example. I'm sitting here, I'm waiting, I'm not looking to put on a position. If I want, and I believe that the market's going to be going up, then of course this would not be the best opportunity for myself to buy it. And so it's having these realistic expectations where we're at on the market, and then being able to show patience and wait for the trade and these opportunities to come to you. And so understanding volatility, understanding what timeframes that you're trading, and having those realistic expectations as a trader, because there's no way I'm going to be trying to get a 50 handle move during the Asian market. That's just really unrealistic. It doesn't mean that it might not ever happen, because sometimes there are news events and the markets move that's not expected. But being able to have realistic expectations for what markets you're trading, what indices you're trading, what instrument you're trading, and what your goals are, and what time frame you're trading. Because if you're trading a 1 minute time frame, you're not going to be you shouldn't be looking for these huge moves, because you might not know what's going on in the overall market. Or if you're trading based off of a 30-minute or an hourly time frame, maybe you're not going to be looking for just 3 or 4 handles. And so there is a big part of understanding and controlling your expectations, being more realistic about it, waiting for the market to come to you, and taking more opportunistic entries where the risk is less and the reward could be more than your risk, or it should be, because at the end of the day, we're all risk managers and money managers, and that's what we're looking to do as a trader, is manage risk, don't force trades, and look for good opportunities in the market.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about expectations. If you're new to this, and I know a lot of people, a lot of my friends, we worked on the trading floor, and I'm going to say half of my good close friends, and then half didn't, and they never wanted anything to do with trading. They considered it gambling, and my group, we're not big gamblers, but my son is, and I don't know where the hell that came from. But anyway, expect, if you are in this business, expect firstly to see losses, to see negativity, to see failure. Because I think the worst thing for somebody new in this business, as far as an expectation, which we've had some interviews with people that, hey man, right away I did. I bought this stock, or I traded this, and I was up $5,000, and right then and there is you sort of cringe, not for jealousy, but just the mindset setup where oh man, this person's going to have a hard time when they realize that this market can be a beast. It can be nasty. It has no remorse. It has no morals. And what I'm saying is, if you are experiencing failure, if you are experiencing losing trades, the negativity of the market, we're learning from that. I mean, that's the best education that you can have, is learning from your failures. If we didn't fail, we'd never get any better. We'd think, hey, this is the best it's going to be. But when you fail, and you've got that, once again, I'm going to say it again, that desire and passion, that's going to push you through. That's going to be that hot coal under your ass, saying, you know what, come on, you can do this. You want this. So, I mean, as we work through it, as going from the trading combine to the funded account, if you put the work in there, if you do the homework, eventually it's going to happen. Eventually it's going to happen. Now, I mean, with all the thousands of traders I've talked to and thousands of trade reports, there are some that just don't get it. Okay. I mean, that goes, such as life. There are some humans that just don't get it, whatever it is. But there are some that pick up really nicely. There are some that it might take a little while. There are some that work really hard and commit to it, and eventually see the promised land in whatever they do. So it really has to. I mean, it's about your character. It's about you. It's about how much sacrifice, commitment, how much desire, how much passion that you have to reach your goals.
Yeah. Yep. That's 100%. It's not for everyone. Nothing's for everyone 100%. And sometimes and you see it with all of the professional athletes as well. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Tom Brady. Tom Brady was never projected to do as good as he's supposed to. But it's being resilient, it's putting in that work, it's being a good loser, it's knowing that you're going to fail over and over and over again. And sometimes it doesn't matter where you're at and how much skill set you do have. Sometimes it matters who's left, right? There could be thousands of people ready and motivated, but the ones that stick to it and go through that process and learn from their mistakes and their losses are the ones that are going to be here at the end of the day, regardless of the type and where you're at, if you're 18 or if you're 50 or 60 years old.
I'm almost 60. What happens after that? I'm done? Dakota says just up to 60. Yeah, you're done, man. You got to stop. We don't need you anymore. We don't need to steal your money anymore. Real quick here. I know Jack's been waiting patiently. I know that some of our traders have been waiting patiently. Jack, you got the tallies for top quiz for us here? I am sorry, man. I just got so much going on right now.
I'm here either way. Well, yeah, I'm going to show the 10 winners. It'll be the name that you used for the quiz, but I will send you an email as well. And Eddie, just I think Ray Kroc founded McDonald's when he was pretty old. So
well, yeah, Paul is over 60. Jim Carlton 66. I don't know. I'm almost 60, man.
You still got it, man. You still got it. All right, let's do this. It's a beautiful graphic, a screenshot of the spreadsheet.
Very nice, pretty. Hoop.
Meow BB, the Wiz, Average Joe, the Candle Witch with an E, the Mysterious F, Lisa, M. McClure, Pioneer Town Phil, who I hope is an old-timey pioneer.
I won something. I don't know what, but
a trader were the randomly selected folks, and I will be sending you a code.
You know what? I get a kick out of the names. Congratulations, folks. I think I enjoy that more than my wife's cooking. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I do.
Yeah. When we was talking about psychology, and I think it was a class last week, and we're talking about eating healthy, knowing that, what we put into our body, we should view our bodies as a temple, and all that conversation about eating healthy. And I was referring to my personal cook, and one of the traders made a comment, we can't all afford a personal cook. Yeah. And my girlfriend hates when I call her that, but
wait.
That was that. She was in another room.
You, man. I tell you. Wait. There you go.
Yes. Yep. But yeah, it's having those realistic expectations, taking care of ourselves, and then learning from our mistakes. And we see it in everywhere, not just trading, in any sport, in any career that you're doing, and anything in life, right? If you're trying to master anything, and it doesn't matter the age. Yeah.
Eating right. Some people say my body's a temple. Mine's like a drive-through Dunkin' Donuts. Which is bad. Yeah, we laugh about it. I laugh about it, but at one point when I was on the trading floor, there was no room for that. Sure, what we ate when we could for lunch there, we just inhaled, ate as fast as you can, get back on the floor. Everything was fast. Drinking coffee fast, boom. Go to the bathroom fast, boom. And that was very unhealthy. But getting sort of up in age and just sort of, I'm more relaxed what I do and so forth. A shame on me. But I tell you, you've got to be a well-oiled machine when you're trading. When you're going through this mentally and physically. Dakota, you're right. You've got to watch, not only your mental capacity, but your physical capacity. So, yeah, good stuff that you're sharing with us here.
Yeah, practice like an athlete. I think it's even on Topstep's website. Practice like an athlete. You don't see any of those top athletes go in eating healthy anymore. They have personal trainers. They have strict diets. They are preparing mentally and physically and doing the best that they can to take care of their body, to take care of their mental state, to perform during that 1 hour time frame. They might spend 12 hours out of camera doing and putting in the work. And I think there's a few sayings out there where, why do you pay a plumber so much to just come over and bang on a few pipes? And it's like, no, you're not paying him to bang on some pipes. You're paying him to know where to bang. And he might make it look very, very easy, which sometimes you guys do here on live. It looks easy sometimes. It is, and it can be during some times, but knowing and understanding everything that went in to be able to place those trades and be prepared to make it look that easy is what a lot of traders and people don't see behind the scenes.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I got to agree with that. But, it's all a process. Whether you're experienced or not, and where you want to be or where you think you want to be, I mean, that's usually where your targets are. Where do I want to be as a trader? I mean, my expectation, bringing that back to what you mentioned before, when I was on the trading floor, I thought within a year I'd be a millionaire. Never happened. It never happened. But it took me about a good 2 years to realize what I really needed to do. And what happened there was I got help. I had mentors. I had people, giving me positive suggestions. And eventually, it turned into a very lucrative career where a bank hired me. And we like the way you trade. We like your overall attitude. You're a good guy on the trading floor. Come trade millions of dollars for us now. And that's what happened. And I took it as a compliment. I took it as, hey, you know what? The stress factor won't be there that as much. I will be under pressure for performance, but I'll be performing for a large company, Deutsche Bank, Royal Bank of Canada, Bear Stearns, and $1 million accounts. And I mean, there was stress levels there, but it wasn't really as much as being the local on the trading floor and worrying about the mortgage, worrying about the babies, putting clothes on their backs, putting food on the table, car payment, taxes. Some of us might be in that position right now where this is all that the opportunity that you have. So, I mean, if you do, please do not be reckless. Do not be greedy. Take what the market gives you, whatever it can give you. And hopefully it's sustainable. Hopefully it's something that can pay the bills. Hopefully it's something that, could put food on the table. If you got a family, I used to give those guys total credit because when I was doing it, I was, Mr. Playboy, Mr. Single Guy, Mr. Party every night. And, these guys were like, I got to feed my babies. I got to pay for my house. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure, health-wise. There's a lot of pressure physically and mentally. And, Dakota's nailing it on the head here of what we need to focus on.
Yes. Yep. I love chatting with other traders, especially you, Eddie. Like you said, you've been around, you've seen it, you have that type of experience. And it's always nice to bounce some of these ideas off each other. And do we have news here today?
Yeah, we got the minutes coming up here, top of the hour, but we'll end here in a few minutes here. We'll give you guys time to get back to focus if you are still trading. It's going to be the minutes, okay? So it's from September, and they can add or they can subtract from it. So keep an eye on the hot wire and see what has been said. So yeah, we'll end this here in about just a couple minutes, another 5 minutes or so.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. It's hard to add after that. You guys have another hot wire class, you said, after this?
No. I mean the wire to give us the information on what the feds are talking about. Yeah, it's the wire. Hot news coming over the wire to see what needs to be done or what they're saying.
Great. Yeah, and that's another thing. Going into these news events right before, I will always recommend to anyone who asks about, do you have a bias going into this news event? And my bias is just to not be in the market at that time. If you're looking to be in and out of the market here at Topstep, day trading, then my best advice, don't plan on having a position before the news comes out. I've done it. I've tried it. It never ends good for you. I mean, you might get lucky sometimes, right? Just like if you go to Vegas and you put money on black or red, you might get lucky sometimes, but having that as a consistent plan is not good in the long run. But it is.
You know what? Better to be safe than sorry. Even if you thought, hey, if I get short here right before this number and you didn't, and that market breaks like a sieve, then you jump in the woulda, coulda, shoulda, and now you're upset. But you try not to be like that. All right. Better to be safe than sorry, because if that number went the opposite way, you might as well just sort of close your account right there. So
yeah, there's a reason why the market moves a lot during news events. It's because nobody exactly knows what's going to happen. If they did, then the market wouldn't be so volatile. And I'd love to go over an old story. You might know this story, Eddie, about back when they first started the stock market on the East Coast, where the boats would come from the east, or further east, like in Europe. And when the boats arrive, whoever has the fastest horse, who gets to the market first, has that advantage. And there's a story about where someone paid one of the guys to give false information because he had the fastest horse. And then soon after, the guy would show up and buy the market after it sold, because there was a result from one of the wars in Europe. I don't remember this story exactly. I think that would be a fun class to do in one of my classes, talking about that story. Have you ever heard of that?
You know what? The only fastest horse I ever heard about was Paul Revere. I have not heard that one. Not saying that,
Yeah, I think I have, Eddie. I think it's in relation to the Battle of Waterloo, maybe.
Oh, okay. That's one of the songs that ABBA sings, right? Waterloo. What?
Yeah, it was about ABBA, the big market movers, ABBA.
ABBA. Okay.
I'll have to look up that story, and next time I'm here on TopstepTV, we can talk about it. It's a really interesting story regarding the news, where the news was delivered by horse rather than by the technology that we have.
It sounds like the Pony Express. That's another story. Yeah. So, all right, Dakota. Well, you get that together. I'd love to hear that story. We get some details, and maybe we can act it out. Maybe I'll be the horse, and maybe Jack can ride me. So,
okay. All right. I do have a couple horses.
You know what? We'll talk to Nebraska. I know his mother owns a few horses. Well, you come from Nebraska. You're from Utah. How many horses you got?
I have 3.
See, I knew you did. Because it looks like it's a west down there, and it looks.
Yeah, I come from a really small town. There is population 1,500. Everyone knew everyone, and yeah, I love it. I loved it. I go back there every once in a while now, and we go horseback riding and enjoying the great outdoors. It really is therapeutic after a really stressful week of trading.
Giddy up. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to give our traders some time here, but Dakota, any closing comments here before we call it a day on Topstep TV?
Nope, I think that's it. I'm always going to have, it seems like we have 690 traders here. Always want to push our traders towards Discord. We're always doing fun stuff in Discord, looking at doing giveaways, doing fun events to motivate our traders.
What? It's a great giveaways community. In Discord too?
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
My God, man.
Okay. It's almost Halloween, giving out. Sometimes it's like candy, and traders love it. We want to be able to give back to the community, provide this great community, trading buddies, bounce ideas off one another, and it's a great place. I love it. That's why I'm here at Topstep.
And we're very glad to have you here. I'm going to post. I'm going to post here real quick. Let's see here, the Discord link. If you are interested in joining Discord, you're not there yet. Shame on you. Shame on you. Let's put this up here right now. And there's a link. Get your ass in there now. There you go. All right, cool. All right. Dakota, thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll have you back again here.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. Yeah, next time I'm back, I'll share that story. It'll be story time for you guys.
Oh, story time. All right. As long as you tuck me in, and I will be very happy. All right.
Get nice and cozy with the new furnace.
Right, brother. Hey, thank you very much, Dakota. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, boys and girls, it is just about time to say au revoir. See you later. And Jack, you got any closing comments here before we kick it out?
I don't. Eddie, with Dakota dropping with his screen, you're just like a disembodied head floating around.
Yeah, somebody got sick on that wall, but I'll clean it up after we're done here. I promise. I'm sorry. It might have been me. It might have been me. So, but anyway, we'll catch you back here tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, and on the list here, we've got power players. James is going to be with us. Simez. We've also got group coaching with our good old friend, Jack Doherty. We will be having Hoag back tomorrow. Yes, Hoag is going to be back. And no, it's not Friday, but I'm just going to be so happy to have Hoag back. But Deanna and Andre did a fantastic job. So we'll have them back tomorrow as Thursday happens. So don't forget, we're going to close it out. FOMC top of the hour here. We've got also API, crude stock, I think at 3 o'clock. So crude traders, keep an eye on that. That's going to reflect what we've got going on tomorrow. Because we had the Columbus holiday for the draw or the build. So anyway, Jack, you have a great night. Fantastic job, Jack, once again. And I'll see you tomorrow. Promise?
Yeah, I'll be around.
All right, man. Until we meet again.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out. Good night.